Hello, hello, hello. What's up, everyone? Today we're back. We're on the Redmagic. Do we have game sound? We do. It's just a little quiet, huh? Do I just have to turn it up here, maybe? On the phone itself? Alright, there we go. How's that? Is that too loud? That might be a little too loud. What's the audio levels like? Can I get a can I get a yay or nay? Up or down? How's it right now? On the game audio. You want me to turn it up? Okay. We'll go one level up. Higher? Joey's saying down. Fozzy's saying up. What's the truth? Now you guys are saying it's fine? Sounds good? Okay. We'll keep it here. If we have to adjust it from here, we can. I'm a mobile gamer. We're back on the Redmagic 9S Pro, the world's best gaming phone with RGB lights. Is that? I think we have the fan turned on, right? Game fan is on. Check this out when I turn it on. Also a mobile Unite player. Yeah, I mean, I'm on the world's best gaming phone, so. Yeah, you had to become a mobile player at Worlds too. If only I had my Redmagic, I could have lent it to you then. Is streaming on mobile complicated? Nope. I use the same capture card I use for Switch. I just have a dongle that does USB-C And then has 3 outputs. It has one for HDMI, which is for the capture card, one for USB-C so it can charge while I'm doing this whole thing, and then another one for USB if I wanted to do data transfer to my computer. But I only use the 2, and that's all you need. That's queued up. Honestly, I think I'm gonna be a mobile gamer for life. Like, not a permanent mobile gamer, but I think I'm gonna be a hybrid gamer for life after this experiment that we have here with the Redmagic. Because one thing I've noticed is, like, I can be out and about and I can just sit down and play a game of Unite. Like, I for example, I went to my barber the other day, right? And my barber was like 10 minutes late. I didn't have Pokemon Unite installed on my phone that I use for like texting and calling. And I felt so bad. I'm like, okay, I should just bring my Redmagic with me everywhere. Because I could just, it's small enough that I can put it in my pocket and I can just play a game. Like, anywhere, right? That alone is like important for me. This is a chill 10-minute game. Okay, I wanted to play some Armor Rouge on the phone. Yeah, this is the item build I wanted to try with Fire Spin. We'll go top, I guess. Hi, bro. Equally mobile and console. Yeah, I mean, I think I'm gonna be both. I bring my Switch and play a non-internet game. I could, but carrying around a Switch is way harder than carrying around a phone, bro. Like, a lot harder. Like, I would have to bring my Switch with the Joy-Cons on the side. Like, you know how big it gets at that point? And I'm not saying, like, you know, for like a flight. Maybe for a flight it might be whatever, right? I'm saying like normal day-to-day activities. Like, let's say you go shopping, right? Alice is, you know, looking at shoes. I'm tired. I want to sit down. I could just play a game. Want to have it installed on my main phone? I could, but my main phone, I don't know. I like playing on the Redmagic more, to be honest. Like the Redmagic on the top where the triggers are, there's like a spot to rest your fingers, so it's a lot more comfortable. And I feel like I'm just used to it. And because Redmagic is the best gaming phone. Obviously. Damn, I didn't even get that. I thought this guy had left. I thought my Machamp would just be hitting him if you didn't. My Machamp's dead, actually. Where's my jungler? My jungler's still clearing the jungler. This is kind of sad. And he's ganking bot. Oh. He missed my Will-O-Wisp. At least I got one piece of last set. The only piece of farm I got was the back farm. Okay, I mean, they kind of sold. What are they doing there? Lol. I see the D-Knight bot, so this cap is free. Okay, you're actually an a-hole, bro. I let the farm for the thing for you too. I still have focus band. I let the little monies for the Machamp, and he just spanked my farm. Why is my jungler so underleveled? Pot's broken. Okay, nope. We're gonna get top. We'll see. Maybe I might push bot with it. Depends on what. I guess I'm just gonna go where my team goes. Bunch of people showing. Safeguard Blissey. Oh, he's 1 HP. He died at least. I could have ejected the ult. How much is the fire buff back? Fire spin buff? Up to 3 times, I think. The defense buff is up to 3 times. Hey. All right. I guess I have to do this. I want to look up. Maybe I should, No, we're good. I can see. Just instantly dead. Oh, I just took damage from Luke ult and Zoro ult. I thought I ejected the Zoro ult, but it still hit me. Blissey ult's not fair, man. Why don't we have a Blissey ult? Okay, Sarah Ledge ult. Oh, all lived. We're gonna lose it, bro. Why did we all just stop hitting it? It was just a Blissey, man. Guys, ult back up again, too. I've been Zoro ulted 3 times already. Game is so depressing. We still have a Machoke, by the way. Let it in, man. Pad's already below 20. I just accidentally ulted. Lit. That's gonna happen a lot on mobile, isn't it? Until I'm more used to it. I remember I did that in the Twitch Rivals tournament. It's good here. It's good here. Good time to ult, because now I'll have it back up for Ray. Giving me positive aura today? Thank you, thank you. Good positive auraing. I mean, I got crit twice, bro. I can't. There's a lot of farm up, at least. At least our tree is XP share. If he wasn't XP share, this would be a lot worse. Big kill, big kill. Costing that focus band, but to be honest, the XP is probably worth it for our team. Oh, our Machamp going and dying makes that a lot worse, though. We had a positioning advantage on them, now we just don't. Okay. Right, we're ulted on again. We don't have a Blissey here. They're just full flipping it. Nope. I don't really know what we're doing, waiting till we pop our ults. I think we lost. What's up, ER? Gonna become a Redmagic 9S Pro gaming player? Or what? They won that fight without Blissfield. I mean, not looking great. Blissy's trolling. We missed. The whole team's dead. That's our ult again. Not available in Indonesia. Oh, unlucky. It's on sale in Canada and the US though right now. Ends in 8 days. Am I doing requests today? Probably not. Probably not on mobile, no. On Switch, yeah, sure. But on mobile, this one, I also still want to play some Armor Rouge. Out for the 8S Pro, you're using it? Okay, look, we have a Redmagic professional gamer in here. They're solid phones, for sure. Is it easier to move the ult and mobile? I think they're both fine. Like, it's just a matter of getting used to it. I'm asking about the 5S. I think that's the iPhone 5S, though. We don't like iPhones here. Anecdotal. It's not good. Armor Rouge's Unite is not good. Oh, look, I'm banning. It means it's probably a trio. And Zard. Solo queue. It's so easy to ban on mobile. Oh my god. Where's the lag? There's no lag. There's actually just no lag. What makes Redmagic stand out from regular phones? I think the built-in cooling fan is probably the best thing about thing I can think of compared to other phones. Like it has two exhaust areas, one for intake, one for outtake, and a fan inside the phone. Right? Like I imagine if you game on other phones a lot, like your hands are going to start to heat up a lot. And there's RGB lights, there's triggers on the phone. There's like spaces to rest your index fingers while you're gaming in landscape mode, which is most of where you're going to be gaming. It has a proper headphone jack, like a 3.5mm headphone jack on a brand, like, with all up-to-date specs. Like, so I can actually use like these earbuds I have right now connected to my computer. I can't use on most phones, but I can on this phone. got Faith and Love easy match. True. But we also have Savage. It might balance it out. They banned Armarouge and Cerulege. How's that fair? We don't have a defender. Play a defender. Play. There's an Lapras. Lapras seems fun. When having the case on trap the heat, maybe. I'm not playing with the case on. I put the case on when I'm not using the phone, but when I'm using it, I like taking it off. I like holding it without a case. Charge separation and charge bypass. You can game on cable for 16 hours and it won't heat up. Well, there you go. Amp Serena. I think people like playing Amp Serena now that the ult is a lot better, right? Because the ult will always go through. I don't know if I agree with it, but that's the reasoning at least. I can see why people would want to try it. Just the amount of frames that you get to see in this animation, it just blows my mind every time. And I feel the fan running while holding it? No, I don't feel it. If I put my ear up to the phone, I can hear the air. I don't hear the fan, but I can hear the air. But while I'm holding it, it's far enough for me that I don't hear anything. We could honestly play up a little bit, but fine. Could be fine. No, I'm not. The Greninja is definitely dead, though. I don't think that's worth it. To eject for to kill the tank in lane. Because the XP going to my Pika on the Greninja kill is way better. And we didn't get the big one, though. Didn't get that either. Still up in XP by a little bit, but not by much anymore. He doesn't have a eject, so I want to crash top with my team. Get a 24 in here would be nice. But we're not. I don't really understand. These guys are all this is literally our trio queue. Yeah, I mean, I don't understand why we didn't just score the 24. Well, math is hard. Is it even math? Like, I feel like that can't even be a math diff. Maybe. That's if that's what the math diff was, that's just sad. Nice. No, if he actually just stood on it. Bro. I would have had my 21 in. God. We have peak ult. I'd have my Unite right now if my Cav had gone through. The guy actually just broke it, huh? What? You can move your camera on mobile? With Lapras? That's broken. You literally can't even do that on Switch. Unless you pre-select your camera movement, right? Unless they change that. I'm pretty sure that's how that works. Oh, I'm Lapras ulted, or Blissey ulted, lit. Oh, okay. This trio Q definitely can't do the math. It's fine though. I'll take the blue buff. No one plays Lapras anyway? Lapras is not that bad. Alright, hopefully my team gets value for me stalling for 10 hours. If we get these 50s in, it's fine. So, good. Thoughts on Fennel having their own shirts with United? It's cool. Do I think it happened because it's the first time a Japanese team won Worlds? Yes. Am I mad that it happened? No. Will I be mad it happens if next year Worlds a non-Japanese team wins and they don't do it? Yes, but whatever. At least we have it, you know? D-Knight loses his mind at every score opportunity. Actually, yes. He walked off the pad top as well and almost made it so our 50 didn't go in. Our D-Knight is literally quaking. I'm enjoying mobile more than Switch. I'm enjoying it in the sense that it's like a new challenge, you know? Like, think about it. I have close to 20,000 games on Switch, less than 100 on mobile. So, for me, it's, you know, it's very different. Probably have more than 20k on mobile, to be honest. 20k ranked games. I have 15k on one and like 6 on another. Not including all the tourney games and scrims. And then all the practice mode as well. So it's fun getting to learn again. You know, there's a lot of transferable skill, obviously. And there's some that isn't transferable, you know? Leave Umbra on the shield there, but we have the ninja zoned out. Good web, good bubbles on the Mimikyu. Ninja still has ult though. Hitting me, he's not hitting the Ray. He's dead. Watching me on the TV again? Cool. He might have got it with his ult, but he died? Yeah. Well, that's why I ran at him, right? We couldn't afford to just let him get it with his ult. My team definitely got it a little too low. They could have just waited. Could have waited a little bit. Mobile gameplay, yeah. Nice. Like watching streams during my matches, that's cool. How many of you guys watch my stream while you're playing? Like you're playing on the side and you have the stream open on the side? That's cool. Sometimes. Ooh. Ooh. It's efficient, you know? You get my gameplay and your own gameplay. Doing it as we speak? Okay. A lot of you guys do. That's cool. We get armors again. Nice. Can I get jungle? What I say is one advantage of playing on Switch over mobile. I think a lot of it just comes down to personal preference and comfort. Like I think my camera movement is probably infinitely better on Switch, for example. But I think the potential is there. I don't know if it's like a mobile factor or like, you know, how used to that I am at this point. Blaziken items, you do float, focus, XP share. Yeah, you should not play do not play XP share on damage oriented Pokemon. Essentially only really stick to XP share on supports and defenders. For Blaziken, you want to play like attack weight, weakness policy. And then your third item, if you want to keep that focus band on, you can keep the focus band on. Think Shellbell's good on Armor? I'm testing it. I don't know. I'm testing it for the Fire Spin build. Use him as a defender. Blaziken does not operate well as a defender. Not at all. It's not tanky enough. It's not... It doesn't have any crowd control until you get evoluted. And even then, it's not very reliable as a defender. You want to be like hiding a lot as that Pokemon. You don't want to be in front of people. Did Shellbell get buffed recently? It did. The healing got buffed. But I think it's just not a like necessarily bad choice for Armarouge. Like if we needed anti-heal and it was draft, I would probably keep that on, obviously. The choice specs are good, like better damage. But I think the Shell Bell healing can be effective for this Fire Spin build. And the CDR is not bad, obviously. An Amp wouldn't be good because its Unite move's kind of pad. So, of the available options, this doesn't seem like too bad of one. A potion, Cerulege almost had us there. But we Shell Bell diffed them. Thought that I didn't get my cap, but guys are just dying. Can you stop dying, bro? Good healing, thank you. Hit my blue real quick. And nice. Just go back into the rest of my jungle. Did a little flame charge eject combo on mobile. No big deal, you know. It's chill. Practicing my movement without having to look at my character, you know, whenever I get an opportunity to. Because I mostly just want to hit the objective. I get that heal on me. But they're zoned out enough I can finish this. These guys get their smalls in. I mean, bro, I stopped once for them. If the math isn't fast enough, brothers, I'm sorry. Like, you had one shot, one opportunity. You know what I'm saying? That's not my fault, right? Got the fire spin buff. You good, Mr. Cerulege? You kind of just sprinted it down there, buddy. Ooh, what the? Guess I should have ejected the armor jolt. Fine though. Your D Knight's level 7. What do you swap XP share for on Blaziken? Attack weight. Attack weight weakness policy. Blaziken does really well when you increase his attack stat, because it has so many different moves, including overheat, which is really important on it. Okay, our out's going a little demonically. Lol, that guy just got bullied. Nah. Really don't get the stun there. It's also like the weirdest interaction in the game for no reason. That Phantom Force does true damage. So like both my shield and defense stacks for whatever reason just get ignored in my brother 1v1. Like how come my brother counters me in this game? Is that fair? My brother. I also just don't have the muscle memory of where all the buttons are yet, so... I mean, once I get that unlocked, we're so loaded. Both my defender and support should not be here. They should be out getting vision or holding the other pad. Like, the fact that the enemy team scored bot while my Umbreon and Eldegoss did literally nothing, really bad. Like, these bot scores are illegally. Every little thing I do never seems enough for you. Losing again, but I'm not get to love somebody. Oh God. Simple. I mean, they gave us such a nice fight there. Like, on our pad, I get to trigger my passive so easily because they have Blastoise. So your passive on Armoroosh triggers when you take special attack based damage. So if the enemy team is a special attack based tank, they're gonna trigger it so easily for you. Why can I not base? Okay, outer goals, no need to play defense on. Just play out defense on the tier 2s. If I die on an outer goal, it's way worse, you know? We give that cap. We'll go top. And my team can start defending T2 bot. Surely, right? Okay. Blast rotated. I don't know why he thinks walking to our home pad's gonna do anything for him. Simple. Like, imagine I listened to my team's pings and I went out and defended the tier 1 1v5 and I die. Then they just go and score on our tier 2. Like, there's a chance we can lose. Probably not, because we're so far ahead. Or because we're so far ahead, we shouldn't do dumb things like defending an outer goal that you can't jump to. Pretty good. Is there a special attacker that does true damage? I don't believe there is, no. Pretty good. What support should you buy except Eldegoss? I like Hoopa. Just Spoon, kinda? Yeah. I mean, Spoon kinda works that way. Isn't the Glaceon and Mewtwo? Yeah, it seems it's good into those types of characters too. What does the recovery number mean? It's how much your character healed throughout the game, either healing yourself or your allies. Certain things don't count in the recovery stat, but for me there, we're probably getting recovery stat from focus band, cowbell, picking up fruits. I'm not sure if I'm a believer on the shell bell yet, but it seems like it's putting in some work. Yeah, Hoopa's hyperspace hole doesn't show up as recovery, sadly. Apparently, it was bugged when it was showing it. And then they said they bug fixed it by making it not show. I don't know. I don't know. I wish it showed, obviously. Repick. What phone am I using? Oh yeah, good question. I'm using the Redmagic 9S Pro. If you guys want to get your own phone, if you're watching on YouTube, it's in the description. If you're watching on Twitch, !phone. You can use my link. I think right now there's a sale going on for the next 8 days. I'll check it out. Probably with emblems now? I have emblems on, yeah. What pen setting do I use on my phone? Pretty much maxed everything. Give it to me. Give me the Armor Rouge. Give me the Armor Rouge. Win more games, true. Redmagic slogan, literally on the box, it says win more games. Does it say on the back of the phone? On the back of the phone, it says cooling system. Cool. I have the 16 gigabyte RAM version, by the way, with 500 gigs of storage. Pretty good. It's better than some people's computers, to be honest. $16 gigabytes of RAM on a phone? That's what I'm saying. My PC, I think, is either 32 or 64 gigs. I think it might be 64, but a lot of people... I mean, my old computer used to be 16, so it's better than my old computer. Hoopa's the best healer? Hoopa's the best supporter, but in terms of raw healing output, I think Blissy's probably still the best healer. Twitch, yeah, the Twitch mobile app is definitely a lot worse. I would recommend just not using the browse feature. Like, just go straight to a category, like whatever category you want to watch, and go there, or into your following tab. But yeah, opening it up right away, the browse tab is so bad on Twitch mobile. I got a mini computer in my hands, actually, though. I mean, like, it literally does not lag. I'm pretty hyped for TCG Pocket as well. I think I'll play TCG Pocket on the Redmagic as well. I mean, this is a little bit less relevant for you guys because you guys don't see the effect of it as much as I do. But the screen itself is 120 hertz as well, right? So everything looks so nice in my hands. Announce when it's releasing. I think it's October 31st, if I'm not wrong. Someone else might tell you. Someone else might have a better idea. How much RAM? I have the 16 gig version. Yeah, so it's a 16. No lag? Yeah, bro. I mean, look, can you do this on Switch? I can literally tap everyone's profile. I'm like whack-a-mole out here. Did I bug it out? No, we're good. I was like, did I break something? Yo, I called the jungle, buddy. Do I get to keep the phone? I do, yeah. I get to keep the phone, which is cool. Yeah, Switch in terms of power output, not good. I mean, that's just historically Nintendo consoles as a whole, right? The good news is, when it comes to consoles, is that we're reaching like peaks in terms of performance that you would even care for on games, right? And if the Switch is going to be behind, like a generation, like being behind one, like being PS4, Xbox One level, whatever the Xbox One is, on a Nintendo console, like that could be good for a long time. You know what I mean? Like at some point the graphics can't really get that much better, because you don't want stuff to be lifelike, right? Like when you start getting like uncanny valleys area, which is weird. The jungler definitely overstayed. New. Passives on. Go back to my jungle. Up pad's gone. It's fine though. This situation, it's important that we do bot objective fast, because what we don't want to happen is be put in a spot where they do the top objective and then they can rotate and still contest the bottom one, and then we have to, you know, we basically lose on both sides of the map. His beam, a little annoying to be in this spot, but I mean, fine. If he steps up, our Zacian should have it under control. I'm gonna slow down a little, because I don't want to give him that one beam shot, you know? Looks like they're not really going too hard top. Just ulting for the shield mostly. I feel like, I don't know, this Sarge's just too good, man. Too brain dead of a Pokemon. We don't have anti-heal. I do think our Zacian probably does not need to be afraid though. He can just chop him up. How much XP he has. Bot. They didn't break. I mean, they should have broken. Fine. Clover ult and Vino ult. I'm being rezzed. Okay. Not much to do with it though. I want to push. If I had Focus Band up there, we might have actually won that trade too. Nice. No. Oh, we got the chaos still. Too low. There's just two people down here. I'll follow them. Okay, pussy down. Expanding. Pretty much if you don't, it's kind of like Venusaur, Giga Drain. In the sense that if you don't get your Flame Charge shield, you're really screwed. Even if you have to hit it on a wild Pokemon, sometimes it's fine. I don't really like our Ho using Res there though. Why I ulted the thing. Oh my god. Alright, how many times have I accidentally ulted today? Twice? See if we can make it 3. It's funny because the first day I played, I didn't do it once. But I feel like just the way that I cast Flame Charge, I gotta stay a little bit closer to the left side. Premature Unitolation, true. Fine. At least my ult kind of sucks. This is too cooked. Actually dead. Fine, they're popping ults. Not a big deal. Might Zera pop ult too, though? I don't think so. They're flipping it? Okay, well, guess we lose. Recent Solar Beam buffs were a mistake. I don't think it got buffed recently, did it? When did Solar Beam get buffed? Fudge Bomb? I mean, even that was like a while ago, no? It was like quite a while ago. We lost for sure. Yeah, I'm just not used to it, that's why, obviously. I'm sure people that, you know, are used to playing on mobile and then play on Switch probably do it a couple times when they're first adjusting. Sludge, yeah. Sludge Bomb was like 3 or 4 patches ago though, right? It was like pretty much necessary change. Like Sludge Bomb was so bad that even when you wanted to go beam, you wouldn't really pick it in most games. And they, in the end, they just kind of flipped it in front of his Asian, like, I don't know. I think Sludge Bomb could use a small nerf now? No, I don't think it needs to be changed at all. I don't think there's any reason to change it. Big damage from the Venusaur. It's also hard to B-press on mobile. Yeah, it's a little bit more awkward, right? I've heard of people accidentally using a Unite move on Switch right when they get it. Same button to learn the move. Yeah. For sure. That's what I'm saying. Like, people will make adjustments for sure. Adjust the size of buttons on mobile? Yeah, that would be nice. That would really be nice. Do I agree with Pika being ban-worthy in Solo Draft? I don't think it's a horrible ban, no. I think it's an okay ban. Nerf everyone and buff Comfy, that's it. That seems like a great idea. Going if you secure spectator passes? Cool. I hope I get to see you. Hope I get to see everyone that ends up coming from our chat. If you guys ever see me at Worlds, at another Pokemon event, do not feel shy to come up and say hi. You want to take a picture? You want to say hi? I really don't mind. If I'm in a spot that's like accessible to you, it means that, you know, I'm down. If I was too busy to be able to speak to someone, you wouldn't see me probably. Or you wouldn't be able to, you know, be where I am. Most likely. If it was in India? True. It'd be cool if there was a Pokemon event in India. I would hope that I'd be able to go. Be able to see some family at the same time would be nice. Let Comfy wither and die in obscurity. I'm down. Okay, let's play a game of Armor Cannon. Focus Band looks good this game still, so have a lot of dive. You might not even have a healer. My favorite moveset? Not sure quite yet. I really do like Armor Cannon Flame Charge though. A jungle for sure. No one else wants it. Well, we have one defender on our team and they don't want to play XP share. Kind of cooked. I think Unite needs a buff. Is it okay having it be meh? I don't know. It's like hard to answer these types of questions, right? Like, do I think it needs a buff to keep Armorage like a playable mon? No. Do I think they might buff it because it's like that much weaker and Unite moves are like more fun. And could it use one? Sure. Kind of like Pikachu, you know? Like, I don't think Pikachu needed a buff. Right? But they gave it one. And now it's really good. Before it was good. It's like one of those situations. You switch XP, sure, nice. Good. Do I like Costco pizza? It's okay. They buffed Pika? Yeah, in the last patch they gave Pika a pretty big buff to its Unite move. And another second off full tackle cooldown. I think the Pika ult buff was good, right? It removes a lot of RNG on Pika ult, which is annoying. Like, you don't want Unite moves to be like RNG dependent. And maybe, like, you know, them buffing its ult this way, they can nerf it later on if they have to. But at least they fixed an annoying aspect of the Mon. But I don't, like, the Mon didn't need a buff, obviously. Alright, armor cannon. Ain't no way this guy's already evoluted. What did you guys do up here? I mean, I guess they just full traded with him and the Serene also died. Yo, these guys need to chill out on the pings. All looking good, guys. I'm gonna give my jungle to my team, though, so they can catch up on some farm. Nice. Going to our tier 2. I'm not gonna make it in time, so I'm gonna do this fast. Fine, their whole team is here, so they're not really pushing. Okay, Kara died. Ninja's dead. Really wanted to zone him out so I could get our cap. The armor cannon's solid last hit. It's ranged, but it has to be like, you know, the balancing factor of it is that you don't get unstoppable while you're channeling, you know? Which a lot of moves like this would have. So you trade unstoppable for range, which, you know, range is really broken. A good trade. That is something to keep in mind though, you know? Okay, he's just inting for stacks, I guess. Gotta go top. Fine if we let it in from here. We're doing it. I'm gonna go farm top, I guess. Top anyways. Stoppable is the fastest way to make a good Mega Mon good in comp, usually, yeah. I mean, just in general. There's so many stuns in the game that not getting stunned pretty good. And now he's just inting. Don't really know what happened topside, but they all died. Alright, we just have to win a fight at Ray. Ten seconds for top. Guess we should make sure they don't full flip it. I wish, we should be hitting it. We really should be hitting it. The guy's just inting bottom right now. Why is my car jump pushing top? God, don't know if they're gonna make it out that way. Maybe we get 2 scores. I don't even think I get mine. I don't know why Pika didn't come with me, man. Okay. I don't have a shield there, but we can pressure on their home. I get mine. Invulnerable out of base. Okay, we should be ahead. Yeah. You need to back now, Garchomp. Please, brother. Okay, he's back. Be fine. We're a huge lead, so that means if they get a cap here, it's not the end of the world. As long as we're not dead. Oh god, we're trying to dead. Rena should have the home cap. fine if that goes in even, to be honest. Have to defend a second cap, really. He doesn't even have time to score a full 50. That's fine, too. Unless we lose by like 2 points or something. No, that was, what was it? 86 and 14? Yeah, we should be fine no matter what. Yeah, our chop was Dig Claw, like Munka's. Fine though. They did big damage, it's all that matters. Random thing, you just got back from battling and you took 67,040 damage and you're proud of yourself. Look, I'm happy that you're happy. But I feel like as your lawyer, it's my obligation to tell you that that's probably like, that's not very impressive. I'm sorry, okay? Taking 67,000 damage doesn't really mean anything. But it might be impressive in a bad way, to be honest. If you're playing Decidueye, yeah. But look, I'm proud of you, okay? I'm proud that you're finding things to be happy about. We can do better. As your legal representative, they banned my guy. They banned my guy. Yeah, what? All right, let's. Should we start diving deeper? Play some mages. I'll play a game of Bimu. $67 on Desi. I would rather quit. Hey, all that matters is winning. People say that Bimu is kind of awkward on mobile, right? I believe it. Why not play Arma if I'm playing mages? Well, it's banned. It's banned. Arma's not ban worthy. Recency bias is crazy. Yeah, people are just toxic. That's why they're haters. Time shot's way easier to land on mobile. Really? I feel like it would be the opposite. Like maybe landing it might be easier, but it's harder to move your camera and aim off your screen, which is like a lot of sniper gameplay, right? You don't want to just be focused on your own guy. You want to be looking at like the edge of your screen. Aiming downwards. Oh yeah, aiming downwards also would be annoying. But for beam, it's your other move, right? So that's probably not as bad. I have to go to work for 2 hours. Should you quit? Why? You only have to go to work for 2 hours. You just go to clock in, clock out, and then you have all day for yourself. How would you quit? It's not worth the drive? Oh. I guess that's a little annoying. Two hours is not legal? Are you sure? Why would a 2 hour shift not be legal? They probably ban armors because they don't know what it does. Oh, true. I mean, it's not a good reason though. I have to give you a minimum of 3 hours, really? I feel like that's not a thing here. Sounds like an American thing. There's definitely something about aiming moves on mobile that makes me do weird things. Where I just aim something on top of myself. Why are these guys all massive down here? What did you guys feed them? Blissey? What did you give that guy? You guys on steroids. My Delphox just left the lane and my Blissey's dead again. Polar beam. Yeah, see, like this, way harder for me to do on mobile. To aim my, like, I actually don't know how I'm gonna do it. Like, how am I supposed to, do I have to do it with my right? I don't know. I actually don't know. How do people do it? How do I look and then beam? I guess like this. But now if I want to cancel it, I have to let go of my camera first. Okay. That's something I'll have to practice. We're still level 3 down here. Camera falls move. It doesn't work. Like, it doesn't go far enough. It's just skill diff. I just have to get better at it. Tired of clawing? Yes, I'm clawing, bro. I am clawing, bro. But look, if I'm clawing, right, and I want to cancel my beam, what am I supposed to do? I have to let go of my camera first. Right? And that, like, that sequence of pressing my moves is something I've never done in my life. So, you know, maybe allow me a little bit of charitability to get used to it. Use slide away to cancel. I think that's bad. I think that messes things up for other reasons. I think, you know, you ever like hear like this relationship advice where when your partner explains a problem to you, sometimes they're not looking for a solution, they're just looking to be comforted. It's one of those situations, okay? I'm complaining not because I want your advice, but because I want you to be like, oh, poor baby. You know? You're not my partner, no, but that was my analogy. Like, I already said it. It's skill diff. It's gonna take time to get better at it. I also don't think I've ever seen someone play Solar Beam correctly on mobile. I'm not saying they don't exist, I've just never seen it. The one unnamed pro player that I watched live play Solar Beam Vino on mobile played it horrendously, so not gonna name names. Do not try to start no drama out here, but it was not good. What's up? I got a big ult there. Got him. Okay. I played the video game there. Does the name rhyme with? I'm not saying it. I imagine they didn't play it very well though, because they weren't practiced on it, and it's not, you know, if you're not practiced on something, you're not gonna play it well. Like if I had to play a tournament on mobile Venusaur, I would also play it probably just as bad, if not worse. If I had to play on Switch, I'd be fine. Rhymes with bedacted, exactly. This is like a very common thing that Blissey players, just support players in solo queue love to do in general. Like, no one asked you to be here, buddy. Why are you helping us clear the Regieleki? Why don't you recognize that your damage here is irrelevant and that you could be using your time doing better things? Like defending the other side of the map or getting vision for us so we can see who's actually coming. Do you really think 3 egg bombs is going to be the difference between us clearing Regieleki on time or not? What's happening? Dead. Why did that Greninja go schizo? Why is my Machamp setting up a back cap? God, I don't want to play downwards, bro. Everyone knows what happens when you have to play downwards on mobile. We missed our beam. Such an ugly fight for us too. At least we got Blissey ulted. Okay. Actually very awkward to aim here. But I mean, it's just not a good spot for us to be in general. Like, I don't want to be taking the fight when I'm in this bush and my teammates are backcapping here, bro. I'm just left in such a vulnerable spot. The Greninja, I should have just ulted the Greninja off rip. I FF'd. The downwards dog. Because I knew the Greninja didn't have ult. We surrendered when we were ahead. How's that fair? Yeah, the fact that I did the most damage on our team playing like that, not good. Mobile movement while aiming can be a struggle, yeah. Just have to get better though. You know? Give me some time. I know all of you guys in the chat are better than me. Like, it's fine. You're all the best, okay? Items that I recommend for Crosshaul: XP Share, Focus Band, Resident Guard. But not at mobile, true. All right. This is another game of Vino. I'm not afraid. I'm here for the journey, not for the destination, you know what I'm saying? Do I still play Hoopa? I do. Back team. We got Slash Burner over here playing double damage Wigglytuff. Naughty naughty. YouTube chat's the one down bad tonight. It's okay. It's Saturday, everyone's down bad. We're up good, we're up good. You know what the biggest debuff of mobile is? It's hard to read the chat while I'm playing. I have to look up to see the chat. I need to have like a chat on my desk. Did that again with Seed Bomb. I don't know where their jungler is, yeah. Got all the smalls. My tank is farming. Oh. At least we did okay on the bees. Contesting mid bees is going to be tough because I don't have it checked. Gyarados is not looking healthy either. I sense a bot push coming potentially. If not bot, then top. Nice. Bazinga. Pretty good beaming. Good, chill, chill. How do you try to last hit that with Bolt Tackle? Right. Then our tree's huge. Bot's looking alright. Our Gyarados had no chill though, man. Like, in that situation, you have to wait for your guy who has the last hit to make sure he has the last hit. I just beamed it in front of him too. The Desi ult. It doesn't have Unite yet. La 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 la. One HP, man. Nice. Okay. Too low HP. My team wants to push up, I'll go, but yeah, canceling move on mobile while you're moving your camera is definitely annoying. Just saw someone pick up some money. Oh, I should have just sludge bombed the pad and walked away again. Boom! Boom, shakalaka. We should be able to still farm my Unite back in time. The act of actually aiming my beam definitely feels a little easier, but aiming with my camera panned is harder. For those of you guys that are looking for my thoughts here. Okay. I feel like we're going to get flipped on here. Or maybe he's just gonna solo ult. You're just... It would have been better to just ult the tree at that point. Jesse, you have to go, bro. And not having vision of it is so bad, man. Why do we not wiggly ult still? I don't think we're gonna get in time to score anything. Oh, if my Wiggly ulted and kept vision of it, I could actually go for a last hit. You can see chat on mobile if I stream using certain softwares. No, you can't. Because then the chat would be on top of my gameplay, which would be way too frustrating to deal with. Make sure you aim your beam when you're sure you want to use it. But sometimes you don't want to use it, bro. Instead of, like, you know, constantly giving advice on things maybe that you're not that good at. Like, maybe you can just trust me when I'm saying that it's a skill thing. And that the more practice I get, I'll get more skillful at it. And that might just be it. Right? Instead of all the experts coming out, maybe when I'm saying it's a skill, I'm saying it's a skill thing, right? Like, can it just be that? There would be a chat box, which you can see when you're not in team fight. That doesn't make any sense. I don't want there to be a chat box on my phone screen. I think what I could do is I could have my second phone, like, on my table with the chat open. So I don't have to move my neck up, and I could see it that way. That's probably the best solution I could have. But it's fine this way. Get the Neuralink and have YouTube chat funneled straight to my brain. Yeah, I think I would rather have it funneled straight to my butt. You want to chat whole time even in team fights? No, I don't. I want it to be the way that it is right now. I'm just telling you guys, for those of you guys that are just vomiting advice on me when I'm not asking for it, if or when you have a significant other in your life, they're going to despise bringing stuff up to you. Right? Like, I keep saying that things are fine the way they are. I just need practice on it. And you guys are just exhaling your own opinions on the matter, which I don't care for. You know, I know you're trying to be helpful, but I think I have it figured out a little bit. How much is a Redmagic and why is it so good for gaming? It depends on your currency. So I'd click the link just so you can see localized for you how much it is. I like it. Right now we've been playing for almost 2 hours. My phone is not hot at all. It's not even warm. Right? Because I have the fan turned on. Nice way of saying STFU and watch the stream. Here's the thing, I don't even mind getting, like, you know, I'm not saying I'm too good for the advice, but if I'm saying, like, oh, you know, I'll get better at this. It's just gonna take some time. It's a bit annoying for me. It's not me saying, what do you guys think? What would you do in my position, right? Like day one I was playing Armorish, I didn't know what the character did. You guys were helping me out in terms of what the moves do, you know, like how all the moves work. Cool. Like that's something I didn't know. I was happy to learn. But you know, some things you just need reps for. Next vacation I should go to Bakersfield, California for a whole month. Nice. Do they bake at Bakersfield? It turns into molten lava if we play for an hour straight. Yeah, there's two exhaust. There's like an intake and outtake exhaust. There's a built-in fan, and I think there's like some pass-through stuff with the charging technology as well to make sure that it doesn't heat up. The fan is the biggest thing, though. Like the fan is blowing cool air right now. I wish there was a button here that I could see the enemy draft. I mean, this build is nice because you can flex both Fire Spin and Armor Cannon with this. You do enough damage with Armor Cannon that the focus fan is so good. You don't want someone next to you while you're working out micromanaging your every muscle spasm. Yeah, exactly. Imagine I'm like benching, right? And I'm like, oh man, like for me to bench 225, I just have to come in and bench every day, you know, put in the reps and I'll be able to do it. And then you just have a guy whispering in your ear, actually, you want to make sure that you're doing this with your arms and this with your arms. And I'm like, bro, I got it. I'm happy with the way I'm doing it. I got to get in more reps. No, actually, you know, did you consider that maybe you could download this app instead? Like, bro, I think I'm good, man. Here's what I'll do. I'll come to you when I need help. Oh, actually, did you know that you got to be eating 700 grams of protein? Yeah. When's the Maridon Tech video coming out? It should be soon. It's mostly done edited. My editor, JV, he is getting his wisdom teeth removed. So, you know, you gotta allow for him to... He got his wisdom teeth removed, so you gotta allow for him to take a bit of a rest. But it should be out soon. I'm chilling on my pad because I've got nothing else to do. Those guys were not chilling on their pad because they had nothing else to do. My jungler is just mashing his buttons. If he saved his pull for the Absol was definitely dead. Died through my focus band. Go fire spin. Whatever. Concerned though, like, there's a lot of farm up. At least this Gengar is also controlled opposition in the same way my Dragonite and Mewtwo are. Do you think the Mewtwo will get mad I'm taking his jungle now? Because he hasn't done it for a full minute, basically. Like, the bees are about to spawn, that'll keep him distracted, right? He just drank his potion too. I feel like Mewtwo X players, like unless they're playing like the tank build, like if they're playing a damage build, usually they just make me. I imagine it's like a toddler playing it, you know, like some parent gave their kid their phone, and they're like, "Oh, just mash the button, so bro, he'll be fine." Oh no. Okay. I don't want to start hitting it a bit. Drawing the Desi. Okay. I need my Wiggly to go and step up to zone him. He's just gonna Spirit Shock while it tries. Okay, we took the gamble. And toddler's kind of cooking with it. Not this toddler. At least he's not throwing a tantrum. Guess I should have just let our ball pad die. I was not able to do anything there. Did Wiggly not really have ult? Guess he used it already. Wait till they find the ping button? No, no, no. It's harder to find the ping button on phone, right? Oh no, they're right there, actually. It's actually way easier to ping. Let me take the lead. I found the ping button. I didn't know where it was. What do I do if my Mewtwo gets on the mic crying? I could actually just turn my mic on because I'm on mobile now, right? I could easily turn. I don't need to have like the 20 cable set up like I do on Switch to use my mic and stream at the same time. You guys do good distracting. Taking the pad. Alright. Oh, that's just cheating. Bro, aren't you gonna be out of things soon? That's not fair. They just send 3 people and we send 0 people. Teach my nephew to play comfy and ping all game. Nice. Should not open your mic after they've introduced 10-year mic bans, which I got. You know, I'm pretty confident, right? And if I'm wrong, I'll be wrong. I don't think I'm gonna get banned for 10 years if I put my voice chat on. I genuinely believe those of you guys that have been getting 10-year bans, you guys are being redacted on the mic. There's no way. Like, I just refuse to believe they're handing out false 10-year bans. I'm not gonna turn my mic on and start swearing at people or telling them they're dog water. I'm just gonna turn my mic on and be like, oh man, we got boomed. You walk in, bro? Ouch. People willingly exploding them. That's what I'm saying. Got a month, man, because I actually turned my mic on. I didn't even say anything. It was for a second. I'm sorry. Like, do you think it's a coincidence that it's the YouTube chatters that are getting you know, 10-year, 1 month, 1 year mic bans. I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. They're not ripping, they're not ripping. Gengar's backcapping, that means we're ripping. The Absol got it with an ult. Oh, we're all standing on top of it, bro. They're not gonna have any shields, but we're behind, so we lose. It's unlucky. I was Icy Wind Glaze. I opened mic for letting me have blue buff, but I couldn't do that much game because enemy Gengar and we lost. My teammates banned my mic. You're telling me you asked your team for the blue buff and you got banned for 10 years. That's your story? I mean, believable. Do you think maybe like you had some expletives in there? And those expletives might be the reason why? I don't know if you asked. I mean, maybe. I mean, I could just be wrong, you know? But I'm just saying, if I was a betting man, I know where I'd be betting. That's not enough points, sadly. Happens from repeated bans? Yeah, obviously. Expecting people to only report when someone's being upset. Expecting Unite players to be logical. I'm expecting that there's not a system in place that bans people for 10 years when they're being reasonable on mic. Yeah. But we'll see. I mean, look, maybe if I turn my mic on, right, and I'm being a nice guy and I get banned for 10 years off the bat, then I'll apologize. I'll if I'm wrong, I will apologize, okay? All right, let's do one more and then we'll do the tier list. Dare me to turn my mic on? But I don't want to. I don't like just talking to talk. $10 minutes, 24 hours, 1 month, 10 years. And you guys keep swearing each time. They don't check the reports. It's done off an automated system. I don't know. Look, you guys are the experts here, clearly, because I don't know, right? Is ARM really better than Venu, Guard, or Delphox? It depends. It can be, I think. Its Unite move being worse is definitely a limiting factor. It doesn't reset at any point. I think you guys are wrong about it not resetting, because I've gone reported by people and I usually get a warning, right? And then like I remember I got reported again and again and it went to like 24 hours. And then the next time I turned on my mic, it was only a warning again. So I'm almost certain it resets. Doomsack's name banned after he commented on mic. I think it just I think if you just get enough reports, eventually you can get banned. Like my name got banned once. A lot of people's names get banned. Okay, I'm not saying that no one ever gets unjustly banned, okay? I would be a fool to claim such a thing. I'm saying that no one gets 10-year banned out of the blue. Like it just doesn't happen. Keeps increasing 1 day, 3 day, 7 day, 10 day. 10 years after 10 days. Okay, but look, why not just stop using the mic if you're at a 10-day ban? Just don't turn your mic on. Why are you testing how much the thing is going to keep getting increased by? Like, let's say every time you got banned, let's say you got banned for 1 day, you got warning into 1 day, into 3 day, into 7 day, into 10 day, into 30 days, right? 6, 7 times, you had a chance to just stop turning on your mic. Why not just do that? Don't you eventually just be like, maybe you think you're doing something normal, but the system doesn't. So just take a hint and stop. Right? Because I get the feeling that what happens, right, is you get tilted and you turn on your mic when everyone else is tilted and you say something and then that person reports you. Right? And you were both tilted when you turned your mic on. And the system's like, look, this guy's already been reported a giga amount of times. He keeps not learning his lesson. Maybe, like, you know, maybe the system isn't great, but I would just stop. I didn't say anything bad this time. The keyword here being this time. This time is very suspicious. I don't know. Kind of sausage. Officer, I wasn't speeding this time. Yeah, look, I got 17 speeding tickets and they revoked my license, but I'm telling you, the 17th time I got a ticket, I didn't speed that time. So why did they take my license away? I wasn't speeding. I don't know why I embered there. That was bad. We've got no last hits here, brother. To be honest, I should have had 1 or 2 at least, so I blame myself on that one. No. Okay. And we're back. Oh, big dam. The residential guard. How broken is residential guard, though? Our Umbreon messed up, though. He just double tapped his foul play. If he had done that on the Desi was definitely dead. Got a little too excited, though. I don't think it's worth for me to go mid. Guy's just dead, brother. hit him on. Okay. He got a little too nervy there. But yeah, the Desi was just dead on his pad, like before he got to the pad there. Fine, I guess. I'm a little behind in XP. Pretty much the same now. Look, guys, I can't read the chat right now because we're busy. But all I'm saying is the truth always prevails, okay? It always goes from I got banned for 10 years for no reason to this. It was this time I didn't say anything. It always ends up being something. But if I see it firsthand happen to someone, or if it happens to me, I'll believe you, I guess. I think Spirit Shock would use a damage buff. I think it's okay, no? I think there's probably other changes they could give to Desi. Like maybe better early game or something if they really wanted, but I think it's fine. Remember like that one patch where Dragapult was like decent and then they nerfed it again? I wonder why they don't like the auto attack guys being good. I feel like they don't let them be good. Maybe they make like 2 1v5y kind of games. Losing now. I'm slow bro ulted. Eject during Decial? I mean, that would be a fun change. That would definitely be a fun change. No Crystal Onyx? I must have missed the memo. What's Crystal Onyx? Onyx but a crystal? Oh, I mean, that makes sense. Why have we not had our Talon Flame here all game? Right. Oh. We're just getting 5-manned and team is scoring, I guess. We're chilling. They said didn't push bot right away. Oh, that guy just got... That guy got bazinged. Oh, yeah, I remember Metagross was good for like a small bit too, right? And then they nerfed him. But Metagross, honestly, Metagross is in a good spot right now. I actually like Metagross's balance level. I'm excited to do check out the test server. Now that we have a dedicated phone to do that with. We are really struggling, it says. Big ult, big ult. Oh. We didn't get our Umbreon ult off, but I feel like we had so much damage on them there. My town died to the bees. Oh. That's not good. He is still healthy. My Talonflame is disgustingly confused. I just got my ult back. Well, our Blissey's name is the Bees, and our town died to the bees, so there's that. Well, Talon died to the bees and then respawned. Like we still had a chance to win, to be honest. But then he respawned with and like dove in with fly. Everyone walked away and he threw his slow smoke down and then died again. With the PTS 600 ping. I mean, the reason why I didn't want to play it is I didn't like playing it on emulator. And I didn't have like a good phone setup to stream. Like, yeah, the ping won't be fun for sure. I'm curious. I don't know. Is he just on is a new player or on someone on a new account? Current season data. They're smurfing it. Allegedly. My fault, I guess. We'll take the blame. Even though our talent did 20k damage and died to bees. Too many of these players you see with low games played? Yeah, I mean, their win rate's inflated because they climbed playing against bots, right? Yo, low key, if you play on Switch, I would download the game on your phone just to be able to claim all your things. Like, this is so much nicer. Like high key. Not low key, but high key. Yo, gold Starmie emblem? Do you think Starmie's coming to Unite? I would be so down for Starmie and Unite. Give us an actual rapid spin mon. I've been saying this since like day one, but there needs to be a character that has rapid spin that actually removes things that are like shit that's on the ground, you know? Like, imagine a rapid spin one, like rapid spin Starmie, and you spin and you actually remove like Venus Sludge Bomb, Crustle Stealth Rock, any ground effects, any moves that go on the ground, you can actually just erase them. Yeah, Serena Rapid Spin is just weird. Starmie Defender? Honestly, it could be in any role. That would make Stealth Rock Crustle worse. I mean, there's a lot of moves. Stealth Rock's just an easy example because that's how it works in VGC. Ice Spinner Starmie? I mean, it could go from Rapid Spin to Ice Spinner. I'd be down for that too. Or Ice Spinner to Rapid Spin. Blastoise also has Rapid Spin, correct, but it doesn't remove things. Should I clear T-Tar Sandstorm? Yeah, it should remove everything off the ground. That should be like its main utility. It doesn't do a lot of damage, right? But it's like a speed buff that removes stuff. It removes everything that's not a Unite, right? Maybe removing Delphox Unite would be too broken, but all non-Unite moves related stuff. Yeah, and then something like Metal Claw that blocks spells too would be sick. I mean, the technology already exists too. I mean, that should just be Wide Guard, right? It should just be Wide Guard on a support or defender. You put it up and it blocks all projectiles for your team for a little bit. Would remove hindrance effects from the user, and Ice Spinner remove all AoE effects off the ground. Yeah, like imagine you could take electric terrain off the ground too. That'd be good. Okay, guys. So we're gonna be staying live, but what we're gonna be doing now is we're gonna be doing our tier list. So give me a second. What's this patch called again? Hydro Voltage? Hyper Voltage? Hyper Voltage, okay. Let's do that right now. Boom. Presentation mode. Nah, you're telling me it rearranges these? Come on, tier list maker. I spent so much time rearranging those too. Okay. I'll have to just do that again. It's fine. Hyper voltage tier list. That's messed up. Okay. I like doing it based on role. So let's do that again. Game is toxic. And we can actually rate EX mons too. All the attackers. Let's go attacker. And then we'll do speedster. We'll do 2 damage rolls, and I'll do speedster because there's not a whole lot of them. Put Scyther in there because he's mostly played as a speedster. And then we'll do support defender. Amp, get out of here, buddy. Oh, we forgot Greninja. Get up there. And then we'll close it out with all-rounders. sheer number of all-rounders in this game, yeah, Garchomp's up there. Speedster Chomp, yeah, we left them behind a little bit. All right, guys, so we're going to be doing our hyper voltage tier list. Our tier list is going to be inclusive of all forms of play. So it's not going to be like exclusively solo queue, also not exclusively 5-stack, right? Just kind of a way to label where the mons are in terms of relative strength to one another. So it does mean that, you know, it might not be the perfect list for competitive, might not also be the perfect list for solo queue, but it'll be somewhere in between, right? And the goal isn't to have a perfect list. It's a goal to, you know, be able to separate the mons while also talking about some of their strengths and weaknesses. We're going to start with attackers, speedsters, supporters, defenders, and then finish it out all-rounders. Let's start off by talking about some of the Pokemon that recently got changed, because I think, you know, that's what a lot of people might be generally interested in. Put Armarouge up here. Any other changes to attackers? Greninja, right? Ram got some nerfs. Okay, cool. So Pikachu, I think this is one of the most impressive Pokemon that we've seen gotten buffed recently. I almost want to say it's S tier, but definitely we'll start off by high A, simply, right? The reason why Pika is so good now, the Volt Tackle change is whatever. Volt Tackle change is cool. The biggest thing is its Unite move now will guaranteed hit at least 2 targets, right, after your first strike. So not only did you almost double the potential damage output, right? If people are standing on top of each other, it's even, you know, amplified even more by that. But you're also spreading anti-heal a lot easier now, right? So if you have eject button on Pikachu, you ult, right, on your, you know, you ult in and unite, or unite and then eject in, sorry. You're pretty much hitting their whole enemy team, which is pretty broken. So it's like close to putting it even S tier, but definitely somewhere in the A tier. Sylveon, the hyper voice changes are pretty big. I think the reason we don't see it played a little bit more right now, and even in solo queue, right? I'm almost tempted to put Pika S tier, but this would be like low A almost, is because the mon's kind of boring, especially with the new changes to hyper voice, right? Like the hyper voice went from being like this much of a cone to like this much, right? And it's kind of just way more boring to play this one. I don't know about you guys feel. I have way less fun playing Sylveon now, and it already was kind of boring, but it's something good, right? It's good but boring. I'm just gonna put that A. I'm so tempted to put Pika S tier, to be honest. I'm gonna put it S tier. I think Pikachu, like if I'm thinking of attackers, right? I think Pikachu stands out as an attacker. But maybe we'll move it back down to A. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, Miraidon. I think this one somehow, some way, is slept on for sure. Like, it's actually so broken. And if you guys have seen me on stream doing the Miraidon tech with you know, running energy amp and doing the short duration unite moves and buffing your moves with its unite, you can do it with Charge Beam. I've only been doing it with Electro Drift, but you can definitely do it with Charge Beam as well. It just takes this mon to another level. And it's just weird that people aren't playing this. Like, even when we're watching like community tournaments, seeing people not abuse Miraidon is crazy to me. But I think it's just because people aren't practiced on it. Yeah, this mon is insane. Definitely needs like another round of nerfs for it to be balanced. But right now, I would say it's broken. Okay, Mewtwo Y. I don't know if like I'm just not seeing the vision when it comes to Mewtwo, but it really just doesn't feel strong to me. I don't know. Like, it really just doesn't feel like Mewtwo's that effective in the games that I see it played. Like, I'm gonna put it in C tier. Maybe we'll move it up to B, right? We can keep Mewtwo on watch, but for now, I don't know, it just farms, like it's a character that needs a lot of farm, right? It needs a lot of farm. I'm gonna put some music on in the back. It needs a lot of farm, but it farms so slowly. And its Unite move has a long cooldown, right? And it's long enough to the point where it kind of, you're kind of bothered by it, right? Like if you use your Unite at like 330, for you to be able to farm it up in time for Ray is really hard. Like its ult is broken, don't get me wrong, right? And in competitive, its ult definitely has like, you know, you can make a lot more plays with it. But if I'm just saying like sheer strength of the Pokemon, I really don't think it's that good. I don't know what you guys feel. It's also kind of boring, to be honest. Armarouge. Okay, Armarouge definitely cannot be S tier, right? The reason why Armarouge can't be S tier is because its Unite move kind of sucks. Like it's a good character, don't get me wrong, like its kit is strong, but its Unite move is so, like, it's so bad that it's a problem for it, right? Like if I were to make a Unite move tier list, he would have the worst Unite move in the game. Like, and after playing it a bunch today especially, it's really like started to dawn on me like how bad its Unite is. Other than that, I think the character itself is pretty strong and pretty good. I'm conflicted between B and A. I'm gonna leave it in A, but maybe we can move it down. What does the Unite move do? So you have to channel it for a little bit, and it does like an okay amount of burst damage, like not really that much. And then it does like a little knockback, like a stun and knockback. But the fact that you have to sit there and channel it for such little reward is what makes it bad. Like you kind of have to open with your Unite move and then use the Unite move buff to try to like leverage something, right? But if we look at attackers, right? Pikachu, Miraidon, Mewtwo, and Sylveon, right? And we look at other mage style attackers, right? Or like a character that Armarouge naturally gets compared to in Venusaur, right? Like Venusaur is very similar. It has one build where you do you're like more of like a bruiser brawler type, Petal Giga Dance, Fire Spin Flame Charge, and it has like a long range build, Beam and Armor Cannon. Venusaur's Unite move is way better, right? It goes off sooner, it gives you an iframe, and it does way more damage. And it's way longer range. So yeah, I don't know. I think Armarouge, I'm gonna put it in B tier, I think. We'll put it in A. We'll put it in A. I think I might bump some of these down. Like I think even these could be moved down. Like I think I'm gonna do this for now. I think Pika is definitely the best A tier mon. We'll see how everything else lands, but I'll put this in for now. Venusaur. I think Venusaur is just like a solid attacker. I don't know. There, like it just feels very like it feels solid. It definitely has some weaknesses, right? Like, it doesn't have any hard CC, right? If you choose to go its stun move, or its CC move, it's a slow. Your boosted auto stuns, but it's kind of hard to make use of that in the late game. But Beam can be very powerful, and you can always flex into the Petal Dance build if you need it. I like it above Armarouge, maybe even above Sylve. I don't know, so somewhere around here, just because the Unite move is so strong, right? I that's where I think it has a lot of strength. But you know, they're relatively even here. Maybe Sylve we could say is higher. Okay, we'll talk about the auto attack based Pokemon together, and we'll do the mages first. Cram, after the latest Cram nerfs, like it definitely feels noticeably weaker. And I think I want to have a distinction that I think Pikachu's better than Cramorant right now. So So I think I would definitely put Cram in the B tier if these mons are in the B tier as well. Because Pikachu is by far a lot better than Cram right now. You know, you're not stuck in your ult. You're not sitting still in your Unite move. Yeah, you don't have the kind of mobility that Cram has with Dive, but you make up for it in damage, and they both have strong early games. Yeah, I don't think there's much to talk about. I think Cram's solid mon. I just don't think it's A tier anymore. Gardevoir, I feel like Guard, Delphox, and Candle are all like very comparable type of Pokemon, right? In fact, I think Venu's arguably worse than them. I think Candle's the best of the three of these, right? They're all like weak early game mages. But they have a lot of control and they scale really well in the late game, right? They're all really good at applying anti-heal. They're really good at destroying melees. But when their cooldowns aren't up, when their eject buttons aren't up, their pads are down, they're easy to dive and they can really be tough to deal with. They can be really hard to have counterplay with. I do think Cram is noticeably better than these ones because Cram is a better early game. And I tend to prefer early game Pokemon more than late game Pokemon because I think all Pokemon in the late game can be strong if you get enough levels, especially in solo queue, like, and maybe even in competitive more so. But being strong in the early game is so important in this game. Armarouge and B tier is crazy. I'll explain it again. I think Armarouge's kit is A tier minus its Unite, right? And I think every one of these Pokemon having a noticeably stronger Unite move than Armarouge makes it so that it's hard to rate it too high, right? If the game, right, if no one had a Unite move, I think Armarouge would be one of the best characters in the game. But when it comes down to everyone pressing their ults, Armarouge is noticeably weaker. But I think it's strong. Like, I do think it's very strong, and it's something, it's hard to say, right? We haven't seen a lot of Armarouge, but I think it's a safe bet to put it in B tier. Better than Chandelure? You know, maybe I could say it's higher B. You guys are not wrong, right? Maybe I'm overvaluing the ult. I just don't feel comfortable putting in the same tier as Pikachu because of how different the Unite moves, like how, like the difference in power for the Unite moves. But cool, we can move it up a little bit. Okay, Mew is a hard one to rate because I think in competitive, Mew has a lot better tools, right? To say it's like really, really high. But when he comes down to ladder, things can be a little tough. I still think Mew is so good though. Like, the problem is, like, you guys might not see Mew be as strong as Pikachu in your games because generally speaking, people that play ranked suck at Mew, right? And this tier list isn't like, I'm not thinking of making this tier list from the perspective of what the average player is like. I'm putting this tier list from the perspective of what I think the best players playing these mons, where they would put it, right? And I think Mew, like, if you see a good Mew player on ladder, it definitely feels more effective than a lot of these B tier mons. But most Mew players suck and they make it look like it's down here. So if we're being realistic, I think Mew is a solid Pokemon. And I would rather have a good Mew than a good any of these on my team almost every time. With the exception of maybe like Armarouge or Venusaur, like if it calls for, if depending on your draft, if you want to have something a little bit more bulkier, but that's just a draft difference. I also do think Pikachu's stronger than Mew right now, but yeah, so we should definitely rate it that way. All right, let's see. Let's go Inteleon next. I think Inteleon right now also very, very good Pokemon. Probably because it's still bugged, I would put it in A tier. But if they fix the bug, I would move it down for sure. The bug has been in the game for so long, so I don't even feel bad about talking about it. But the Inteleon bug is, and I don't know, maybe they fixed it recently. I don't think so, though. Last time I checked, it was still bugged. The bug is, after Inteleon dies once during the game, it does bonus damage. So all you have to do is go and find a way to die, which for Inteleon players is not hard at all. And you're gonna do more damage throughout the entire game. Doesn't matter if you die again or not. So yeah, I don't know. Like it's doing more damage than intended, but we have to take that into consideration. Okay. Glaceon. I just don't think it's a great meta to be Glaceon, to be honest. Like, in comparison to other attackers, I really think it's a lot weaker. You need level 6 to really be online. And even at 6, you're not really that much of a powerhouse. Like, you need your level 11. And even after that, there's like so much more damage coming from these other Pokemon along with utility. Right? Like, Glaceon has effectively no stuns, literally no stuns, and like an okay amount of slows. And yeah, I don't know. I would rather just these other attackers for the most part. We'll go Espeon next. Espeon, with the recent changes to the jungle, it's a little bit harder for you to gank early on at level 4. It's not impossible. It is a bit slower. Stored power Espeon in like a really heavy melee meta, to be honest, is not that bad. And it's strong enough in the early game, and it doesn't need a lot of farm. But I don't think I would put it in the C tier. I think I would just put it in like a low B angle. I guess Freeze Dry, technically Glaceon has a bit of a stun, but it's not good enough. Espeon Unite move, honestly, is pretty underrated. You get a lot of value from Espeon Unite combined with Eject. So I don't think it's that bad. I think you have to play Stored Power Psybeam, though, if you want to be effective. Any other build is pretty bad. A9, you would expect A9 to be better in this meta because there's a lot of melee Pokemon, but the other options are just far better, right? It's like, it's in a weird spot where like the early game is not bad. It's like early game, definitely not bad. But then like it has this awkward phase from level 4 to 6 where you're pretty useless. And then at 6 again, you become kind of okay with your combo with Avalanche Blizzard. But outside of your combo, you're literally dead weight, right? You have no mobility in that build. Your Unite move is just raw damage, which, you know, you can combo it to do decently well. But if people play around the natural walls in the game and, you know, you're like not ahead in experience, I don't know, A9 just doesn't end up doing too much. And A-Veil right now is pretty useless, so yeah, I don't know. Not great. Okay. These ones are kind of hard to place. I do think, I'll talk about Greninja. I think the recent Greninja buffs makes it so that it's kind of okay. Like, it's definitely the best auto attack Pokemon in the game now. Like auto attack, like ADC type of Pokemon in the game. It's the best of these 5. Just because of how often you can unite. But that still doesn't make it too good. It's definitely like you can put in a lot of work with Greninja. Like, I think the Unite move change is really good. Like, it does less damage now for sure. But you can ult so often on a character that's really, really, really fast at farming. What I say for this meta, high C tier is still kind of solid. I think it's all the same. Like, anything B and above is gonna be good in most of your games. right? Anything A and above will be good in almost all of your games. B and above, right? Sometimes a B tier Pokemon can be better than an A tier depending on the situation. And anything C and below, there's probably a better Pokemon you could have picked. Very rarely will like a C tier Pokemon be the best thing that you could have picked, but sometimes. And then D, for sure, there is probably something better you could have picked. It doesn't mean you shouldn't ever play A9. It doesn't mean you shouldn't ever play Glaceon or Mewtwo or whatever else we put in the C tier. You should play what's fun because it's a game. But if we're going to compare them to one another, this is where I would put them. But yeah, Greninja, I think is fine. Desi, I think Decidueye as a kit, as like a Pokemon, is not that bad. But given what's popular in the meta right now, I don't think Decidueye is that good. Like, you need waiting to scale until level 7 takes way too long, right? If you had Spirit Shackle at level 6, I think this mon would be insane. But the fact that you have to evolve at 7 to get Spirit Shackle, and then even then, the Pokemon are so tanky, right? They're diving you so hard. The chances of your pad being broken before you've even gotten the chance to scale are so high. And if you lose your outer pads as Desi, you're really, really, really sad. Yeah, definitely outclassed by Inteleon, outclassed by Venusaur, right? Soon probably outclassed by Armarouge at this point too. Because level 11 Armarouge has similar range to Spirit Shackle. It just doesn't, it gets stopped on the first target. Cinder, I think also C tier, right? Definitely worse than Mewtwo. Just not a good meta for these types of Pokemon to really thrive in. Dragapult, I think Dragapult and Drowdon probably even more worthless. These are probably the D tiers, D tier of attackers. This is kind of how you would want a curve to look, for sure. I can put Armarouge at the top of B tier. I'm okay with that. If we were to move Armarouge to A tier, it would be because we did something like this. Right? I think I like putting Pika in S tier. Right? I think making the distinction that Pika's better than these 3 attackers is important. Right? And then Armarouge either top of B or bottom of A. I think both is fine. Like, I really think Armarouge's Unite move holds it back. But I do think, like, it has a much better kit than all of these other mons, for the most part. Well, we can leave it there. Is there a particular build for S tier Pikachu, or is any build S tier? The strength of Pikachu, I should have talked about this more, I guess, right? The reason why Pika's S tier is because both of its builds are S tier depending on the draft situation. Okay? So if the enemy team has really agile characters like speedsters or hard to lock down characters, you can definitely go E-Ball Volt Tackle, right? If they have things like Dodrio, Leafeon, like any speedster basically. You need to make sure that their full heal isn't up, right? But you can go that build and it can be really good. On the contrary though, if the enemy team has a lot of bulky melee Pokemon, right? Like a couple all-rounders, you probably want to avoid going Volt Tackle because you don't want to put yourself in harm's way. And you'd much rather play from a longer range and have anti-heal, right? One of the really, really important things in this meta right now, that the teams that recognize this at Worlds were the teams that had success, and the teams that didn't were the teams that struggled, is that anti-heal is very, 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 very important, right? In this meta, the most popular all-rounders, right, are things like Charizard, Blaziken, Serena at times, Gyarados, Mimikyu, right? These are like the really popular all-rounders, right? We could even say Zero-Shifus, right? Maybe even Water Bear, right? And if we look at these, how many of these either run Focus Band right? Garchomp even a little bit, maybe Buzz, right? How many of these either already like to run Focus Band or have some built-in kind of healing, right? Blaziken has a lot of built-in healing. Charizard has a lot of built-in healing. At Worlds, almost every Gyarados is playing Focus Band. Mimikyu Shadow Claw has an insane amount of healing, and Shadow Sneak. Water Bear has a lot of healing. Dark Bear maybe not so much, right? Serena has a lot of healing. Garchomp has a lot of healing. Buzzwole has a decent amount of healing and almost always runs Focus Band, right? That's just all-rounders. Metagrosses like to run Focus Band sometimes. We're moving into more EX Mons being popular, right? Which is things like Ho-Oh, right? If we look at all the popular defenders, Ho-Oh, Tree, Umbreon, right? They're all running Focus Band for the most part. Mamoswine almost always runs Focus Band, right? So just to counter, like, and I'm not even talking about healers yet, right? Yeah, Slowbro always has Focus Band. Anti-heal doesn't work against Slowbro's Amnesia, but that's whatever. It doesn't work against like its passive anti-thinging. But so many people are running Focus Band and or have natural ways of healing that you need anti-heal, right? I saw a game at Worlds where a Scyther got down to 1 HP in a mean look, ulted, and then went back to full HP, and it was because no one on the other team was running an anti-heal item, right? So characters that are good at applying anti-heal are gonna be a lot better than characters that aren't good at it. Right? Pikachu, one of the biggest reasons why it's so good and why it was already good at Worlds is because it's so strong at applying anti-heal. Mew and Inteleon, not so much, right? But they make up for it in their utility or burst damage. Armarouge, really good at applying anti-heal. Miraidon's really good at it. Cram, Sylve, all of these guys, really good anti-heal appliers. Yeah, I'm talking about Cursed Incense and Cursed Bangle. In this case, it's going to be a lot of Cursed Incense, but you can run Bangle as well on the attackers, on the all-rounders. Cool. Okay, so this is where the attackers kind of line up. We're going to start adding in some more roles, but if you wanted to see like a snapshot of what I think attackers are like, this is probably it. Let's do speedsters. Gengar recently got buffed. I think Gengar, everyone was expecting it to be S tier after the first day of gameplay. But as we played the game more, right, it became more and more apparent that Gengar, the issues that Gengar has are issues that Gengar still has, right? So I don't think it's S. I definitely don't think it's A. I do think, though, that this mon is no longer in the garbage tier. I do think it can fit somewhere in the B tier. Right? Like, maybe towards the end of the B tier. If for whatever reason you catch the enemy team not running full heals, your Sludge Bomb Hex build is going to be really strong. Right? What holds Gengar back, what holds Sludge Bomb Hex from being good in competitive is because competitive is always going to be draft, right? And if the enemy team sees there's a Gengar on the other team and they put full heal on, which you can realistically run full heal on anything, but it's really good into Gengar because you can remove the Sludge Bomb debuff. And then if Gengar tries to Hex you after you remove the Sludge Bomb debuff, he's not going to get a Hex reset. And then Gengar's used his mobility move and is on top of your whole team at the same time. So full heal really hard counters it. But then Gengar's other issues are definitely still present. It's really weak in the early game. Even out of the jungle, like you get level 5, you're not necessarily going to be that strong. And if you don't take the central area, then you're going to be struggling like in the lane. So it's really awkward. Apply debuffs that enable Gengar. It'd be cool. It's just there's not enough of it in the game quite yet. Does Armarouge have any burn built into its kit? What if Armarouge is the key? Setting them ablaze. That's not a burn. Blazing ball of flame. Yeah, it doesn't look like he actually burns them. Yeah. Saraledge does, which is kind of cool, right? But I think Saraledge, does he? He does with the passive, no? Or is that not considered a burn? I guess Saraledge doesn't either. Enemy receives a wound. Burns on Bitterblade. Focuses bitter feelings towards the world of living into a slashing attack. Damage health. And I don't see a burn anywhere here, guys. Control F doesn't say burn at all. Yeah, so I really don't think there's just Pokemon to enable things like that. Right? So look, not any it's not debuffs that enable Hexgar. They're the typical status conditions that you see from normal Pokemon games, right? So burn, poison, paralyze, sleep. Those are the ones that qualify for Hex, not slows, not the debuffs that you put on people, not wounds. That stuff doesn't work. It has to be an actual status condition. I could be wrong, right? Because I see people saying that GUI counts for it. Maybe they programmed GUI to be that way, but the last time I tested a bunch of stuff, this was a while ago, it didn't work. But either way, like you want it to be on a defender or a supporter. So like Scald Bro, maybe Venusaur Sludge Bomb is like one that people really like, but it just doesn't end up working out the way you want it to be. Ho-Oh? Does Ho-Oh have... We're going on a bit of a tangent here, but I'm down. I don't think Ho-Oh burns either. Oh, maybe it does. Burn the ground. Burning... Okay, so Flamethrower definitely burns. I don't think the Sky Attack is an actual burn, but Flamethrower definitely burns. Yeah, I mean, it would be fun to try, right? But think of the way that Gengar is played, right? In team fights, a lot of times you're going for flanks. A lot of times you're, accessing the enemy backline. You might not, it's going to be really hard for you to line that up. Like, I think it could be fun for sure, but I think Gengar needs to be more self-sufficient, right? If it's going to do well. But yeah, maybe Ho might be like, if any duo queuers out there and you want to try it out, let me know how it goes. Play Gengar Ho-Oh with your buddy and try to make it work. I'd be down to see it. But yeah, I coming back to the speedsters, I think Gengar's all right. Okay. Talk about some of the other ones. I think Absol actually is not that bad. I would say Absol is like really high B, like maybe A, but probably not. I would say it's high B, not A. Right? I think Absol has the potential to snowball a lot of games. But it's like a very feast or famine. Like if you look at speedsters, they're all feast or famine in the sense that you either do really well or you do really bad. But I think Absol is like a perfect example of one that can go crazy. Right? You run it in the central area, you get level 5. It has to be Pursuit, by the way. What's the other one? Night Slash? Night Slash is no good. Night Slash is really bad, to be honest. If it was Night Slash, I would say it's D tier. But Pursuit gives you so much mobility. You're so fast to rotate around the map. And then after it got those Unite move buffs not too long ago, I think that really put it in a good spot, right? Because you can use it really, really freely without worrying about the cooldown. And yeah, I mean, it can serve as a decent last hit on objectives, decent burn on objectives. It gives you an iframe. The speed bonus you get right after is really relevant. It also is kind of RNG reliant, which is one of my least favorite things about the mon. Right? On your first gank, if you get a crit auto on your Pursuit, like you can really pop off. If you miss your crits, if you don't get crits early on, it's a lot worse. For that reason, it's definitely way better on ladder than it is in competitive, just because you can equip crit emblems. right? Like if you're an Absol one trick or an Absol abuser, you should have a dedicated crit page just to play this Pokemon. I don't, because I don't really play them on like that. But if you really wanted to make the best use out of Absol, you should have a dedicated crit emblem page. But yeah, I think it's fine. I think it's a good Pokemon. And in fact, I think a lot of the speedsters right now are going to exist in the B tier. I think Talonflame, I'm a big fan of Talonflame. You guys see me play it a lot. I think it's a pretty strong Pokemon. I think Absol has a higher snowball potential, but Talonflame is a little bit more consistent. So I think like Absol's peak probably higher, but if Talonflame game doesn't go well, you always have a chance to come back, right? Which is what I like about Talon. You can kind of just play the map, especially if you're fly. You can play more of like a scoring type of build. Not saying you need to put Score Shield and Goal Getter on, but just because you have so much mobility and you're so hard to take down, that you can just play around getting scores in. And if you're really good with your Unite move and you combine it with the Eject button, you can actually get decent value. So yeah, Brave Bird, Aerial Ace, it can be all right depending on what the enemy team has. If they have a lot of lockdown, I would avoid going Brave Bird, or I would put Full Heal on if you're in draft. In fact, I have a video that I put out not too long ago of me playing Brave Bird into Gravity Clef, right? A matchup that like a lot of people are really afraid to play. But if you just have Full Heal on and you're a little bit patient, or you use your Full Heal when you see the gravity, you'll actually do so much damage, because people love to group around Clef, right? And they think that they're safe in the gravity, and you can just get insane amount of Brave Bird Aerial Ace resets and take everyone down. So yeah, definitely think it's underrated as a speedster, but in general, just because of how heavy the all-rounder meta is, I do think it's hard to justify being a Talon player. Dodrio, I think also B tier. Like, I don't think it's a bad mon necessarily. It's just hard to make work in the current meta. Like, that's really all it is. Like, all of the all-rounders have like micro stuns or like a good amount of stuns that, like, how are you realistically playing Dodrio? You know, like the all-rounders that have the point and click ults, right? This trio, or you could say even this like set of 4 Pokemon right here. All of these guys are gonna ult Dodrio in every team fight, right? And pretty much one-shot it. You lose your 1v1 into Blaziken. You lose a 1v1 into Gyarados. Gyarados can also just ult away in team fights and kill everyone else on your team. You can't really kill a Metagross, right? Like, all the all-rounders are just so powerful into the speedsters, and Dodrio's pretty much like that as well. Meowscarada, Pokemon that I wish was better, right? It's one of my favorite designs in Pokemon Unite, but it kind of just sucks. It has so many powerful things going for it. Its passive is still broken, even though they nerfed it. Its Unite move is so strong. But you need, like, speedsters are good when you dominate the early game, right? And all the other speedsters, right? The ones that we've talked about, the ones we haven't talked about, all have something that they come online on level 5 with. Whereas Meowscarada, you really need that level 6, right? Like, without level 6, you're so much weaker. Technically, even level 7, I would say, right? If you want to play the double team build, especially. For the Night Slash, what is it? Trailblaze build? Like the full auto attack build, that's just a weaker version of being an all-rounder, right? Like, 10 times out of 10, if you're playing Night Slash Trailblaze, I think you'd rather just be Bounce Dragon Breath, right? Like, it's just a worse version of an all-rounder on a squishier Pokemon, right? That doesn't have built-in unstoppables, right? Having Bounce as an unstoppable on charge, Trailblaze doesn't. Like, it's just worse. It can definitely stomp low-rated games, right? Like, I see you're saying it carried you to Masters, but like, you could play anything to it to Masters, right? The moment you start playing games where the enemy team is mostly trying to win, you're gonna find yourself struggling. And just even compared to what the meta is like right now. On top of that, it's one of the speedsters that really likes playing eject button, right? Every other speedster, maybe Talonflame, the other exception, is going to be running full heal traditionally, and or is still really good with full heal. Meowscarada is kind of unplayable without eject button, right? You need eject for its unite, which means that things like Volt Tackle, Pikachu, other single target lockdown is going to make it hard for you to be successful. Leafeon, I think Leafeon's still the best speedster in the game. I don't think any speedster is justified to be in the A tier, but I will say that it's fine in the B tier. I don't think any speedster can be A though, just because of what's popular right now. Leafeon got some nerfs, and then also the meta shifting with all-rounders being popular, and now EX Pokemon coming into the fray means that you have a whole host of tankier Pokemon. Like, Leafeon's really good when it's one-shotting squishies and taking over the game, but if we keep adding tankier and tankier Pokemon, and we're nerfing the way the jungle works, I think it's just going to get weaker and weaker. I think it's at the top of B, but I don't think it's any better than that. Zoroark, I think, slightly better than Absol, but it's not that much better. The illusion nerf was pretty bad for this thing. Like, the best Zoroarks had a tool where they could go invincible once every 15 seconds, effectively dodging like a lot of damage throughout the game, right? Whether you were dodging like a Mew boosted, a Pika E-ball, you know, and a snipe shot from Inteleon, iframing a Leafeon ult tick, whatever it was, you had so many options as this character. And now it's basically like a soft full heal, which is still really good, right? You can still you know, get out of stuns really quickly. You technically still can illusion Volt Tackle, but it's just not nearly as good. Like, you just lost a lot of tools with it. And then it's also just hard to play it into all the all-rounders. I think Zeraora also pretty good. Like, you guys saw it a little bit at Worlds. It didn't end up doing too great, but people definitely start making really good use of this Pokemon. I think it's underrated from like a solo queue player's perspective. I think a lot of people think this mon sucks. It definitely doesn't suck. Like, its passive is one of the most broken things in the game. Let me show you guys, for those of you that don't know what Zera's passive does. So Zera, when it takes damage, it converts that damage into attack stat, up to 200 attack, right? So if you take enough damage, and I forget what the number is, it's like, I think it might be like 1400 damage or something like that. You gain up to 200 attack, which is it's literally 2 fully stacked attack weights, right? It works kind of like a weakness in that you have to take damage. But once you take the appropriate amount of damage, you just need to constantly be getting hit a little bit for you to maintain your 200 attack, right? So what people like to do on this Pokemon is they run Focus Band, an Energy Amp, along with Weakness Policy. So your passive gives you a whole bunch of flat attack, right? So you're at like 733, right? If you're fully stacked passive at level 13, or you could even say lower levels, right? Like at level 5, when you're fighting on the bees, if you have a Focus Band activated, basically, you're doubling your attack stat, right? And then you have an insane amount of healing with your boosted auto, so you can actually make use of your passive. And then you add in a multiplier, right? So the way you want to think of like how to most maximize your damage, you don't get to do this on a lot of Pokemon, but you want to have different sources of different multipliers, right? So we have a source of flat attack, right? And then we have a source of percentage-based attack in Weakness Policy. I click Drain Ground. Imagine, right? So you get 12% attack, so you get a lot of attack on a flat amount, and then you add that onto your damage, which already has a good ratio, right? 41% per tick, 6 ticks, your final tick does 80%, and then you also get to scale your shield off of the same attack stat, right? add all of that together with your Unite move, and then you have Energy Amp, which gives you more percentage-based damage on top of all of that. So if you're playing this character right, the way you want to be playing it is you want to find an opportunity to take a bunch of damage, have your passive fully stacked up, and then go to Unite move, discharge a target or a group of people. And that's where Zera pops off. But the mistake that a lot of people do that makes this character look really bad is they'll just sit in a bush and then raw engage an ult without their passive or weakness being stacked up, right? In which case you're going to do significantly less damage. Like, I think this is probably one of the speedsters that has the potential to be an A-tier Pokemon. But just if I'm being reasonable on what its weaknesses are and compared to just how the game is played, I think I can put it in B tier. But I honestly think like I would put it above Talonflame, maybe not above Absol necessarily. Actually, Scyther, I think Scyther is better than both of these. I kind of forgot that Scyther existed. This is another Pokemon that, like, I think Scyther is kind of like Mew in the sense that we're too used to seeing bad Scyther players in ranked gameplay. But if you look at like the high-rated 5-stacks or competitive games, the really good Scyther players really make this Pokemon shine. Scissor, on the other hand, is kind of bad. So bad. Yeah, I think that's a good spot for the speedsters. We can go and talk about some non-damage characters now, and then we'll round it out with the all-rounders. Cool. All right, let's talk about, let's see. I want to talk about Mime and Wiggly at the end because they're less traditional supporters. Let's do it in this order. Okay. Blissey. I think Blissey and Hoopa are almost always going to be the best supporters unless they do like big reworks. Like Blissey has a lot of healing output, good in the early game, but its Unite move is always going to be good, right? Like just single target, you get to give someone a bunch of damage reduction, get them a big shield, a bunch of damage amplification. And on top of that, it does damage on its own right. Like Blissey's Unite move is just too strong, right? Like they nerfed it not that long ago, but all they nerfed on it was the damage, and it still does an obscene amount of damage at level 8. Does damage reduction, yeah. So what it does is it takes half of the damage that their Blissey's target would have taken and applies it onto Blissey itself, right? So it does like damage mitigation in the form of damage reduction, basically. Which is why on Blissey you really want to run Buddy Barrier, right? Because you're going to be taking a lot of the damage from your teammate onto yourself. So you want to have a good amount of shields so that you don't die from other sources of damage. Yeah, it's damage transfer, but effectively it's damage reduction for your target, right? It's basically like having 50% damage reduction. Maybe not exactly because it comes in afterwards, after defenses and whatnot, but that person is getting giga juiced. How do you know when a passive is active? It really depends on which passive. A lot of times it'll appear in your buff tray, but some of them don't. Okay, Clefable. I think Clefable's noticeably weaker than Blissey. So I think they deserve to be in separate tiers for sure. I think Gravity is giga overrated, right? Like a lot of people seem to think that Gravity will just completely obliterate so many of the meta Pokemon, but like smart players are gonna wait out the Gravity, right? And if you're playing a game of chicken, where both players are waiting out their moves, it doesn't tend to really favor the Gravity player, because when the big fights start to happen, people are gonna have unstoppables, people are gonna have full heals and whatnot. And yeah, Follow Me is not bad, but you're not really doing much as Clef, right? Like you're giving good AoE healing, you're staying alive. Once in a while, you'll catch someone out with follow me, right? But your Unite move is very RNG reliant. And you're not gonna be accomplishing that much. Like, yeah, you'll go ahead and take some damage, but the follow me stun is not, it's not that long, right? Like, Egg Bomb still provides a decent amount of peel for when melees want to dive, and you have better single target healing, and you have a way better Unite move. And you can just give 2 people eggs, right? You can egg one guy and then egg another guy. You're still gonna be good and getting like good team-based healing with Blissey. I think Clef is just a much weaker version. Not a bad option. And then also Clef gets destroyed by anti-heal, which, as you can see, there's a lot of popular Pokemon that can run Incense or Bangle or things like Delphox that already have it built in. Hoopa, I think, is the best supporter in the game for sure. Like I think it's like I think I could actually put it S tier. Like, I'm happy with putting Hoopa in the S tier. Like, it has a stun in the early game. It has a lot of damage. Its Unite move is probably the best ult in the entire game. Hyperspace Hole makes the game really difficult for your enemy team to play into. You don't have any like direct protection for your team in the sense that you can't Blissey ult them. You're not going to run Buddy Barrier, so you can't save them from that perspective. But a team that has Hoopa versus a team that doesn't have Hoopa is almost guaranteed to be strong in the late game, because you either have a level lead because Hoopa's early game is so strong that you were able to snowball with your level lead, or you have a point lead because you have the ability to transfer your Pokemon throughout the map with Hole and ult. You're going to be up in points. Worst case scenario, even if you're behind in points, your teammates can go and back cap, and then you can ult them. You can actually ult them back into the game. So when you have a Hoopa on your team, it's actually a valid play to go and back cap with the rest of your team, with at least one other person on your team. Yeah, I just think it's the best support in the game. It's hard to play in solo queue, sure, right? All supporters are harder to get value in solo queue, but comparatively to all the other supporters, I think Hoopa's the best one. Eldegoss, I think Eldest really solid. I do think Blissey generally better than Eld. So I think it's important that I put them in different tiers, but I'm happy to put Eld at the top of the B tier. I think Eld is like a, you know, what you would expect from a B tier Pokemon. Like, you can pick it. It's never really going to be bad. It has a lot of good different tools. You can slow people down with your boosteds. Your Unite move gives your team good options to be able to stay alive. It's AoE. It does some damage. It's just a solid Pokemon. Like, I don't think it'll ever really be bad unless they gut it. I just don't think it's like that exceptional right now, right? Like, Blissey ult is just Blissey ult. Comfy, I think as well. I like putting Comfy near the speedsters because that's really where Comfy shines. I don't think it's a great Comfy meta though. I actually think it's a pretty bad meta to be Comfy, generally speaking, because Comfy is really not good into things like Slowbro and Mimikyu. Slowbro, Mimikyu, Charizard, right? When your teammate's just gonna get picked up in the air and not able to do anything, it makes Comfy a lot worse. And with people being smart and running anti-heal now as well, like, your options to keep your one guy alive when he's getting all in are way worse. So yeah, I think Comfy, I actually not gonna put it near the speedsters because I think it's worse than having a Clef on your team. I'll put it beside Gengar. You can be all the way over here. Eld's really good in this meta because you're always getting a lot of melee people with your Pompo and ult. Yeah, I think that's why I think it's a good B tier mon. I think it's worse than Blissey, and I think a good way to show characters on a tier list, right, to show their like how different they are, is to put them in different tiers, right? Like, I think Eld could be A tier compared to these other Pokemon, but it's a lot easier to show on a tier list that I think Eld is worse than Blissey by putting them in different tiers, right? Like I think Blissey does more. Right? I think the hyper carries in the game appreciate the Blissey ult a lot more than they appreciate the Eldegoss Unite. Okay, so the last three supporters are what I think you might want to refer to more as like specialists or disruptors or, you know, pseudo defenders. Hard to really call them supporters, but there's no other really good role for them outside of Wiggly and Mime, especially Mime, who I think probably should have been a defender, but whatever, it's fine. We'll keep them as honorary supporters because that's where their role is. I think Mime actually very, very, very good in the meta right now. If you play it in the defender role, it's solid. I just think there's better defenders out there. So I'm not going to put it too high, but I think B tier is absolutely fine. Walls are really disruptive into all-rounders. Good laning phase to be able to secure last hits for your team. Its Unite move is decently strong. So yeah, happy with the spot that Mime's in. I don't think Mime needs a buff. I also don't think it needs a nerf. Right? And I think that's probably like a good representation of the B tier. Pokemon that don't necessarily need buffs and nerfs, but maybe shifts in the meta might be impactful. Power Swap Psychic, I think it can be fun in solo queue to enable a character like that, but I don't think it's as strong. Like Power Swap Psychic, I would probably put in C tier, right? A lot of fun for sure, but I wouldn't put it in terms of B tier when it comes to strength. I think Mime's main power, right, comes from two things. One, its ability to last hit very consistently in lane with confusion. And two, being able to be disruptive into the melee Pokemon that are present with barrier, right? And I think if you remove either one of those tools, it instantly becomes a worse Pokemon. Okay, Sableye. I think it's very niche. It can work. This Sableye should never be an A tier or S tier Pokemon, right? That's just the way MOBAs work. Right? If the Sableye type character, right? If Teemo in League of Legends, if Techies in Dota, right? If, you know, Murky in Heroes of the Storm, if these Pokemon are ever S or A tier, it means that there's something wrong with the game, right? Because these Pokemon are strong in their niche situations and they can thrive off of being like unexpected, disruptive and whatnot. But if they're just generically good, which we've had a Sableye meta like that before, it's really bad for the game. So I think it's fine. Like, I don't think Sableye needs any changes at all. I think it's like dead middle of the B tier, right? Like you can make it work, right? It can work in competitive too, right? It's not only like a cheese solo queue or ranked thing. We saw it work in various different comps in competitive in different regions and at worlds. But it's never going to be an S or A tier, and if it is, I think that's bad for the game. And then finally, Wiggly. Wiggly's probably the Pokemon I want to be good, but it's just not, sadly. Like once in a while, you'll see Wigglies pop off, right? A Wiggly ult really pop off, or a Wiggly will get like really far ahead, and it'll be really annoying to deal with. But it's just, I don't know, it's just weak. Like it doesn't serve, it doesn't have any built-in sustain, right? If you want to think of Wiggly as like a defender kind of role, it has no built-in healing. Its last hit tools aren't that strong. It has to face check every single thing in the game to stun people, right? You have to run in with Sing. If you compare the characters that have to use their bodies to stun people, right? Things like Mamo, Snorlax, Tree to an extent, right? All of them have the option to instantly stun someone, right? Combined with an eject button. Wiggly is very telegraphed. You have to run in with the Sing and get the song, the music note stacks on them to actually be effective. Q-Charm stays one of the best passives in the game, pretty much. But its Unite move isn't strong enough to justify it, and the rest of its kit's just not strong enough to justify it. Let it heal max HP for every enemy it puts to sleep or runs over with a rollout. That could be a good change. If Wiggly had some kind of built-in healing, I think it'd be good. But the way, if you try to visualize how Wiggly is played, you have to use your body. You have to get in with your body to do stuff, but you have no way of recovering your HP when you take damage, right? Whereas you look at other Pokemon that have to use their body, Tree, Mamo has insane amount of built-in defenses on its own, and it can instantly stun. Tree can instantly stun, has a lot of healing built into it. Even Snorlax, you're gonna jump in with Snorlax, you get to instantly stun relative to Wiggly, right? As opposed to running in, and then your Unite move can recover all your HP. Umbreon gets boosted autos that recover, right? Whether you're Foul Play or Mean Look. Umbreon also has access to Wish. Slowbro has Amnesia, right? Crustle doesn't have Sustain, but Crustle doesn't have to go in. Crustle has Rock Tomb, he can do it from afar. So yeah, it's just Wiggly doesn't have a lot of options like the other defenders do. But yeah, I think definitely if it got some buffs, its kit is cool. It's just on the weaker side. Cool, let's talk about defenders though. Ho-Oh, probably newly introduced Pokemon to my consideration of tier list, because before Ho-Oh was allowed in competitive, I didn't like putting it in tier lists like the other EX Pokemon as well, just because it just doesn't feel right if it's not built for competitive. I know it might feel like it's not that strong in ranked, right? Because the whole players all don't understand how this Pokemon works, right? But I promise you, this Pokemon is beyond broken, right? Like, it is way too tanky for its own right. It does an insane amount of damage for a defender, right? You can play it in a aggressive kind of role with attack weight and cookie and stuff like that. You can play it as a XP share Pokemon. You can play it in the place of a healer, right? You don't even need to have a healer on your team when you have Ho. Or if you do have a healer on your team, it's that much better because getting healed is broken. And if a team fight ever goes bad, having access to res, even if it's just for one ally, is crazy. But imagine you can res your whole team at Ray, right? And in a meta where there's so many single target lockdown, like almost guaranteed KO buttons, like Zard ult, Serena ult, Mimikyu ult, speedsters one banging your teammates, like getting Absol ulted, whatever it might be, getting Venu comboed, getting snipe shotted a bunch, getting Miraidon comboed, whatever it might be, getting full blasted by a Pika ult, right? In a meta where there's so many like KO opportunities, being the only Pokemon to res your teammates back is just too powerful, right? Now, I think in solo queue, if you're playing Ho-Oh, it might not feel like an S tier Pokemon, right? You might be like, this guy's an idiot. I can carry games way easier with Leafeon than I can with Ho-Oh. How is Leafeon B tier and Ho-Oh is S tier, right? But we have to remember that we're talking about Pokemon's relative strength with good players playing it, right? So yeah, I agree. In solo queue, you might not feel like Ho-Oh is an S tier Pokemon in every game, because if your teammates just are being dumb, you're not gonna it's gonna be hard for you to get value with Ho-Oh. The other thing is, if you get really far ahead on Ho-Oh, you don't have the opportunity to have any kind of playmaking ability with your Unite move, right? Your teammates have to die for you to res them, and if they die in bad spots or scattered apart, or don't use the res very effectively, then it might not look that good. But all of that being said, just the way its stats are and the way the Pokemon's built, it's the best Pokemon in the game, in my opinion. Like, I think if we were watching a competitive tournament, you would expect to get Ho would be banned almost every game. And the games where it would get picked, you would see how much value it gets instantly. Cool. All right, let's talk about some of the other defenders. I think Slowbro's solid A tier. The nerfs that it got were pretty much fake. Like, Browalt will always be Browalt. Its laning phase is pretty decent. I don't think it's an S tier defender. I think you could argue that it's high B, but I'll put it low A. It's fine. You always have an opportunity to come back to the game with Slowbro. Scald is an okay option, depending on the draft, but generally you just want to go Surf. You're tanky as well with your passive and Amnesia combined. just a solid Pokemon. Like I don't think Bro will ever really be bad. Like just because of the way that it works. Mamoswine. This is one that I think everyone feels like is S tier. And I think it's really, really good, but I don't think it's worthwhile to put an S tier. I do think it's like a high A tier type of Pokemon though. And I'm down to put it all the way up here. But Mamo definitely has its weaknesses, right? Underleveled Mamo is very squishy, right? And we talked a lot about this with Wiggly, but Mamo doesn't have any built-in sustain. So if you do end up getting poked, right? If you take a Spirit Shackle, if you take a Beam, if you take a Snipe Shot, you have no way to recover that HP. So Mamo's the type of Pokemon that you have to be very explosive on and instantly engage. And because Earthquake is so telegraphed, you pretty much have one shot with it, right? You have to have an Earthquake eject combo in the late game to make use of it. And if that combo doesn't land, right, you're forced to ult. You're almost forced to ult no matter what. And if you're like not high level in the late game, you will just die. But its offense justifies it. So it has a lot of weaknesses and a lot of strengths, right? And I think it's like a pretty well-designed character from that aspect, where it has high peaks, like high highs and low lows for sure. But I think its high highs are high enough to put it in the A tier. Definitely, like, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of weaknesses to this character, right? Like, I don't know if I want to even put it at the highest A. I'll put it. I think its early game is good enough. But its Unite move is a lot weaker than other defenders. It doesn't have built-in sustain. Its engage is telegraphed, so you have to have eject with it. Yeah, I think that's mostly it. You want to be playing Ice Fang Earthquake with this, by the way. The other builds, I think, are a lot weaker. Umbreon, I think this is the other S tier defender. Yeah, it's just too consistent of a Pokemon. It doesn't really have any weaknesses, to be honest. Like, if Mamo is a defender that has high highs and low lows, Umbreon's a character that, you know, has pretty good highs, but almost no lows. Like, there's nothing really bad about Umbreon, right? If you're Foul Play Snarl, you have enough crowd control in your kit, you have built-in sustain, you're the only character in the game that can steal shields. You have counterplay into things like Blissey and enemy buddy barriers or enemy Crustles or Snorlaxes or any other character that gets a big shield. You have mobility, which not a lot of tanks necessarily have. You have out of combat healing, right? You have a built-in leftovers once you hit level 8. You also have the option of flex into Wish, right? So you go from being a defender into a hybrid supporter, which gives damage reduction to your targets and healing. You have good damage in your laning phase. There's nothing really bad about this Pokemon. Like, its passive is Giga Broken, right? You just have a bubble on you that gives you immunity to a stun for fun. There's just nothing bad about it. Like, the only thing bad about it is that it doesn't have the ability to res people like Ho-Oh, to be honest. Otherwise, like, I would always be happy playing Umbreon as a defender. Because you can draft it and flex it as a support too. Like, imagine you're playing solo queue and your team, like, you first pick Umbreon and then your team goes Mamoswine, right? Now you can just go Wish and your team has a healer. Imagine you first pick Umbreon and then your team picks Eldegoss. Oh, now you can just be a defender, right? Both builds are Giga Broken. If your team picks neither, you can go either. Cool. Trevenant, I think this Pokemon is... This is where it's kind of awkward to rate Mamo where we rated it, because I think Tree can be better than Mamo, but sometimes Mamo can be better than Tree. So I'm gonna do like this. And I truly think that these are interchangeable, and it comes down to your preference, right? Where Tree has sustain and is generally tankier than Mamo, and is a little bit less reliant on eject button for its engage. It also doesn't have nearly as strong as of an early game as Mamo does, right? Mamo has way more damage, way stronger early game. If Mamo gets ahead, I think it's better than Tree, but Tree is a safer bet. Still insane eject combos. But its tankiness being reliant on healing makes it worse into anti-heal than Mamo for it. That's a big trade-off, right? Mamo's bulkiness comes from its passive, which gives its defenses. Let me show you guys, for those of you that are unaware, how thick fat works. But let's say like a level 11 Mamoswine, every stack of thick fat gives you 120 defense, and I think this stacks up to 3 times, right? And this triggers every time Mamo deals damage. So Mamo can get 360 defenses, which is more than double at level 11. I'm pretty sure it's more than double at any stage of the game, really, when it's fully stacked. It's double or close to double at every point of the game. Even at level at level 5. Right? 2 stacks is double, 3 close to double, 3 stacks is you're eclipsing doubling your defenses. So yeah, I mean, that alone is really, really broken. Another part of its passive is whenever it uses an ice-based move, it gets a free auto attack, and then the goal slowing effect. But either way, Mamo's bulkiness comes from its defenses, Tree's bulkiness comes from its healing. Healing can be reduced with anti-healing. Armor can also be reduced, right? But armor reduction can apply to Tree, and anti-healing can apply to Tree, whereas Mamo anti-heal is not nearly as effective. So, yeah. I think they're interchangeable in terms of strength, right? I think you could put them, it really comes down to preference. I think right now, probably, I think Mamo, I'm going to put it higher tier. The world champions played more Mamo than they played Tree, right? Which is a fair reason to even, that alone, I think is fair reason to rate it a little bit higher. But you can't go wrong with either one. Okay. Let's talk about Crustle and then Snorlax, as they're the only real decent defenders left. I think Crustle is like a very, very average tank. I think it's fine to put it somewhere at the high of B tier. It really shines when the enemy team has immobile attackers, right? I'm talking about Pokemon like Handle, Delphox, Gardevoir, Venusaur. If Ceruledge doesn't go Flame Charge, Espeon, Decidueye, A9, Glaceon, right? Why? Because you can Rock Tomb them, and they don't have a way to get out of the Rock Tomb, so they're going to be taking a full duration of that slow, right? Which is at 80% slow on the upgraded, at the upgraded point. Also solid at blocking off paths into enemy defenders. You have some options into dive as well. You can peel people with X-Scissor, or you can use X-Scissor Eject. You have Unite Move Eject. You have a lot of options. But, you know, into characters that are a little bit more mobile, which tends to be a lot of all-rounders, they can jump over the walls. The walls also don't come out instantly, unlike Mime, so it's a little bit less disruptive. And there's a lot of characters that, you know, really don't care for it, right? Especially in the all-rounder pool. Like, if you Rock Tomb a Metagross, does he really care? Right? Gyarados, does he really care? Charizard, like, these Pokemon don't really care about getting Rock Tomb. Like, the slow is a little annoying, but a lot of these are running Eject or X speed, so they should be fine. If you want to think about more of like the damage-oriented build, it's fun, right? You can play like a crit Crustle, and it can definitely be fun, but it's not one that's very consistent as a defender, right? Like, a lot of the all-rounders perform that role better. And it's gotten nerfed, right? Like, X-Scissor damage got nerfed not too long ago. Before there was nerfs, I would say it was actually viable in the damage role. But once the damage got nerfed, I think it's more of like a meme / like a ranked kind of only thing. And yeah, not having access to crit emblems in professional play definitely makes it, you know, significantly worse. But look, B tier is not a bad area to be in, right? B tier is, you're in good company for the most part. Snorlax, this is like the very average tank, you know? Like, this is the tank you want to put in the middle of the B tier, right? He's never bad. He's never really great either. But he gets, you know, like, when you think of defender, this is what you think of. He tackles in, he stuns people, he gets in the way, he goes to sleep, and it heals him, and then he goes to super sleep and it super heals him. You can go yawn to set up, you know, snipers. You can go block to peel for your team. I just think it's a very average character. Like, I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's great. I don't want to put it in C tier because I think it's considerably better than these mons. I don't want to put it in A tier because I think these mons are much better. So I think it's like a very, very chill B tier. Middle of the B pack. Nothing else to really say about the guy. Gudra, I think another one. It's like a gimmicky kind of mon, right? It can definitely work, but in a lot of ways, you're just a way worse version of Tree. Like, you're really reliant on sustain. But your early game's not nearly as good. Your engage can be a little hit or miss. I think in solo, if this is a solo queue only tier list, I would genuinely say that I think Gudra's probably like high B. But because I'm kind of approaching this more of like an overall state, right, considering all forms of play, and just trying to make a generic tier list, I do think Gudra's a lot lower. But in solo queue, Gudra has a lot of good tools, right? It has built-in healing, it's tanky, it has damage, it has engage, its laning isn't that bad. But it just, the other tanks just do its job better. And its ult is like you feel like it's really broken because you have the boosted autos and the healing. But in reality, you're not healing as much as a Lax is, and Lax ult also is like a mini Blastoise ult in that it does an AoE stun. But yeah, having so much healing for yourself in solo queue is nice because your teammates aren't going to pick healers around you. So it is nice in that, from that perspective. Lapras, I would say, is a little bit better than Gudra, but not by much, but enough that I would say that it's probably at the bottom of the B tier. Only because I think Lapras is a little bit more consistent, and I think Lapras is a much, much, much better Unite move. There's still potential to use Lapras Unite move in competitive, right? Lapras hasn't been changed since NAIC, and it was picked a decent amount there. It was picked leading up to NAIC as well in NA. Other regions pick it from time to time as well. I don't think we saw it really at Worlds, but there's still potential with its Unite move, right? Being able to maneuver your teammates across the map, being able to hold pads. You have damage reduction and healing, so you are very, very tanky. But it's just, other defenders are just generally better, so it's easy to put it lower. Same thing with Blastoise. I think Blastoise is probably a little better than Lapras, but not by much. This Pokemon used to be one of the best Pokemon in the game, but after all the nerfs that it got, it doesn't fulfill its damage role or its its tank role nearly as well as it used to. I think this is one of the Pokemon that I think is B tier, but I think it's a Pokemon that's most likely in the B tier to get buffed. Because I just think, I don't know, I think Blastoise has a lot of cool things going for it, and it sucks that they've really, they've kind of gutted them on, right? Like, once in a while you can pop off with Rapid Spin, but you don't really do too much with it. It's not enough damage, and it's not tanky enough until you get level 13, and even then, you kind of just get beat up by the all-rounders in the game. Shell Bell, not enough to justify this mon, for sure. How much did Shell Bell change by, right? Shell Bell heals for 5 more baseline and 15% of your special attack more. So a level 11 Blastoise is getting an extra 25-30 heal every 10 seconds compared to what it used to. It's really not that much. You're gaining like 0.3% of your HP or something like that. Like, I think Shell Bell's best use case is on squishier Pokemon that have high special attack that need to go in. Right? So things like Miraidon, things like Hex Gengar, things that can use the cooldown reduction really well, like Flame Charge Delphox and Dive Air Slash Cramorant. But on defenders themselves, you'd rather just have a defensive item. Like, you'd rather just be Focus Fan, you'd rather just be Resident Guard, something that actually scales off of the high stats that you have, as opposed to scaling off special attack, which you don't have a whole lot of, and the cooldown reduction, which isn't really going to be that noticeable for you. Okay, Greedent. I genuinely think that this mon's not bad. Like, I think it's Greedent level or Sableye level, in the sense that you never want Greedent to be an A tier or an S tier Pokemon, because that means the game is in a really ugly state. And I think people that have been playing this game long enough can attest that if Greedent is an S tier or even A tier Pokemon, it's not fun for anyone really. But I think the unexpected factor, the disruptive factor, the annoyingness can definitely make it playable, especially in ranked, right? You can definitely be annoying. But even in competitive, we've seen like Bullet Seed Greedent not perform too badly, right? It's very, very tanky, very disruptive, very good at stealing enemy farm. So yeah, I think it's an okay mon. I don't think it should ever be buffed. I think it's perfectly fine as it is. And I think it's very much similar to Sableye in that sense. You don't want these types of Pokemon to be broken ever. Trust me. Wasn't it secure and damage that had it in S tier? Yes, but that's... And Covet, the way that it worked. When Greedent was S tier, no one liked playing against Greedent. Right? Like, in a way more so that you don't like playing against the other S tier mons. Like, it's just ugly when this Pokemon is good. Okay, cool. Now we get to talk about all-rounders. These are probably the most meta-defining ones, so we saved them for the last to really make sure that, you know, you guys stuck around. It's all about the retention. But yeah, let's take a look at some of these Pokemon. Some of these have gotten nerfed since Worlds. Others not so much. Like Blaziken got some nerfs. Charizard's been unchanged. Serena actually got buffed. Gyarados is unchanged. Mimikyu technically got buffed on Trick Room. And then Zacian got reintroduced as well. So let's talk about these. I think Blaziken is still S tier even after the nerfs. It was probably high S tier before the nerfs, and now I think it's like lower S tier after the nerfs. The nerfs that Blaziken got were pretty significant, but it was so good that it's still S tier. The nerfs that Blaziken got, for the guys that don't know, Fire Punch does less damage, and its critical hit rate, not its crit damage, but its crit rate, went down. Which means that less often will Blaziken go into kick form and auto attack you with the Razor Claw equipped and get that crit, because kick form gives you a bonus to your attack stat. It gets that Razor Claw proc, and it ends up doing like 1700 damage at like level 9, level 10. But yeah, Blaziken's still really, really solid mon. You have a lot of options in the early game. Blaze kicking the Altaria back towards your teammates, Overheat for your secure, being able to win 1v1s because you're not Unite move reliant, then you have that move swap. Really, 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 really powerful. You have a lot of good, you still rip through objectives, and you have a really good objective secure all combined in one mon. I don't know. It's just a powerhouse. Got a severe buff on Blaziken that's undocumented. You can find on Unite DB. Yeah, I don't know about this, but sure, I'll take a look. Blaziken does a lot less damage now. That's fine. Like this is a lot less damage. But it doesn't really matter. Like a lot of times you're using Blaze Kick to for the repositioning, right? I don't think it changes the Mon from being an S tier Pokemon. Yeah, it's a nerf. It's not a buff. But its ability to stun people into walls and give you mobility and reposition farm or reposition enemies, and just having high uptime on the mobility is what makes it good, right? It was a couple patches ago. I don't know if I'll be able to find it. Was it this patch or the patch before? It might have been the patch before. I think it was in this patch. Yeah, it was this buff right here, where they lowered the cooldown on Blaze Kick, right? And they just kept. I think they might have even lowered it again. I don't know. Is it still 9 seconds? Yeah, it is. But yeah, the Blaze Kick being lowered, like a lot of people didn't realize what this, like why this buff was significant, because they thought you can just transform anyways. But having this much mobility right out the gate at level 5, right? At level 5, you have Aerial Ace, Blaze Kick, right? Aerial Ace, like Fire Punch, can reset itself as well. So you can do things like Aerial Ace once into the bees, and then Blaze Kick the bees backwards, Aerial Ace again, and then you have another Blaze Kick coming up sooner, right? And that's where Blaze Kick really, really shines. Like the damage, obviously, anytime you lose damage, it's noticeable. But a character that has this many tools, and one of the tools being a very reliable secure on objectives, means that it's going to be an S tier Pokemon. So yeah, you know, the nerfs brought it from like here, probably like here-ish, to like here-ish, but it's still S tier. Charizard, I think, is either high A or also S. The problem with Zard, right, is that it's really, really, really strong in solo queue, because it's very, very, very easy to play, right? So imagine like every Pokemon has like a slider on their difficulty, right? The ones that are easier, right? Imagine like the difficulty slider is like a multiplier, right? And the easier a Pokemon is, the more powerful it'll be in solo queue, because the ease of execution is that much lower, right? Like, all you have to do as Zard is click your ult, press X speed, and just run straight in, and you're gonna get kills, no matter what, right? For the most part. If you're running Bangle especially, right, you easily have good amount of anti-heal, you farm really, really, really fast. It's good in competitive too. I'm not saying that this is like a S tier solo queue, D tier competitive mon. It's just a really, really, really good Pokemon that's also really easy to play. But one of its downfalls as an all-rounder is that you have like pretty abysmal secure, right? Your best bet on securing is Flamethrower, or you just do as much damage as you can and someone else on your team is going to secure, right? Which is an important thing to win games, especially in the all-rounder tool. Its early game is noticeably weak, that if you run it in the lanes, the enemy team can snowball off of you and you can struggle. But a lot of times people just jungle it and it's fine. And you really want to get stacks on it, and it's kind of hard to stack with. You don't have to stack with Zard, but the games where you're like 4-stack Zard versus no stack Zard are noticeable. And unlike Blaziken, right? Blaziken a lot easier to stack with. You have Fire Punch mobility, Blaze Kick mobility, and Move Swap mobility combined with all the shields and healing that you get. Zard, you just walk really fast with Flamethrower X speed. So yeah, I think A tier for sure. In solo queue, I would put it S tier, right? And something, you know, I don't know if this would be helpful for you guys, but a lot of people ask me what are good bans. If I were to make a dedicated video on what mons I think you should be banning in ranked as a solo queue player, Zard would be, I think, one of the best bans that you could do, right? You take out a Pokemon that's very easy to play, that has like a easy kill button. Just, I think if you want to have more consistent games, you should either be banning Zard or picking it high on your own. Cool. Let's talk about Zacian. I think Zacian, even though it just got nerfed, I haven't played it a whole lot. I only played a couple games. I've only seen it a handful of times. But if I had to guess, I think it's still a really high A tier Pokemon. Like the Pokemon's just built. He's just built different, to be honest. He's tanky. He's fast. He has a like insane rip on objectives, right? You want to talk about Blaziken having rip and secure? Zacian has better rip and better secure. It's secure is its Unite move. And the reason why this Pokemon might not shine as much in solo queue is because Zacian is very, 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 very Eos energy reliant, and your teammates aren't paying attention to the game enough to recognize that they have to give you the Eos energy. But in a 5-stack game, and even in trio queue games, in competitive games, your allies are always going to allow you to build up your Eos energy all throughout the game, especially in the early game, right? Like in the early game, you need to let your Zacian get every single last hit on the minions, on the bunnies as you're walking down. Because if he gets every single one, he gets 8 Eos energy, and 8 is the minimum that Zacian needs to activate its passive, right? If your teammate takes one of them from you as you walk down the lane, you no longer have access to your passive at the start of the game, your built-in ability, which makes you significantly weaker. So just with a little bit of team play, Zacian gets a lot better. But even in solo queue, disregarding all of that, like you can win pretty much any game as Zacian is if you just start flipping Ray and then hold down your ult. And to be honest, you could probably average a decently high win rate if you just played the most of the game not like an idiot, and then were confident in securing Ray. Like that's enough usually to win games as Zacian. And then you have so many other tools where you can hide in bushes and double Sacred Sword people as they face check you. You have really good chase down abilities with either resetting player off or agility, and your boosted auto still do a decent amount of chase. It's just like, you know, Zacian and Zard are on opposite ends of skill to output ratio, right? Zard, very, very simple, very, very easy to play. Zacian, one of the highest, if not the highest skill cap all-rounder in the game, right? You have to manage your Eos energy well. You have to have practice on setting up your boosted autos. Like, it's not an easy character to pull off by any means, but if you get the hang of it and you play it a lot, you can do really well with it. The last thing I'll say about Zacian is that being limited to 2 items definitely feels noticeable after all the nerfs. Where other all-rounders can put a focus band on, if you want to put focus band on Zacian, it means that you're running only 1 damage item, which is pretty abysmal, right? Like, you know, you'll see Gyarados, Buzzwoles especially, Serenas, Mimikyus from time to time, Metagrosses, Garchomps, like these Pokemon, because they can run 2 damage items, even Blaziken can run focus band, right? But because they can run 2 damage items and then a 3rd item for focus band, it improves their survivability by a lot. But Zacian, you can't really flex that focus band on him. Which, you know, I think being a little bit limited in your items is definitely a downfall, but only enough to not justify being S and it being an A tier Pokemon. You're going to see a lot of all-rounders be rated high because it is a pretty heavy all-rounder meta, by the way. Let's talk about Gyarados. Now, this might be one of my hotter takes, right? And people might not agree with me, but that's fine. That's why I'm making the tier list, right? And, you know, it's not a community tier list. But I think Gyarados is like one of the most sleeper broken Pokemon in the game right now. It didn't get any nerfs, unlike some of the other all-rounders. If you're playing reasonably smart, you should be able to get Gyarados at every game for mid-Bs, right? Or right after that 8-minute mark, right? The Gyaradoses that don't get it are not playing the character correctly, period, right? You get effort gauge off of literally attacking the air. You get an insane amount for trading against enemy Pokemon or wild Pokemon. And then the moment you get level 5, you get access to 2 broken abilities, right? And it wasn't that long ago where Gyarados got buffed to the point where it gets his attack speed steroid on objectives, which is probably what made it, in my mind, go from being like a middle of the pack A tier Pokemon to an S tier Pokemon. Because now, right? Remember what we're talking about all rounders? Like you want to have rip and secure, or at least have the ability to rip the objectives. Gyarados can burn through objectives now that it actually gets attack speed on them with Dragon Breath. A fully stacked attack weight Dragon Breath is a solid secure tool. It's nowhere nearly as good as an Overheat or a Zacian Alt, obviously, but in a pinch, it can definitely work as a secure tool. You have the option with Bounce to be able to have a reliable way to have Unstoppable, and its Unite move is Giga Busted, right? Like, the Unite move being as strong as it is, especially combined with Amp, is crazy. But from time to time, you can drop the Amp and run a Focus Fan as well, which is what a lot of Worlds players did on Gyarados, and I thought it was really good. It is stack reliant, but a lot of the all-rounders can be stack reliant. So I don't think that's that bad. That's that much of a weakness. As a Magikarp, it's like you actually have a good amount of mobility with its passive, the Rattled and Splash. And then once you become a Gyarados, even with Bounce, you can get some stacks off as well. But yeah, I think this Pokemon's S tier, for sure. Buzzwole, on the other hand, I know Leech Life got buffed recently, and it's cool. And it definitely looks like it's pretty powerful because of how low the cooldown is now. I don't think it's A tier worthy though, right? Like, you're still, like, your Leech Life gets interrupted by 90% of the things in the game. I think it's like middle of the pack B tier. Because now if your Leech Life does get interrupted, at least you have the option to be able to use it again. But yeah, I think the best build for Buzz is still Smackdown Superpower. And the way you make good use of Buzz, and the games where Buzz is really strong, is if you pair it with a range support in the early game, you get 6 stacked at the start of a laning phase. And then you just go around killing everyone with Buzz, right? You just keep chaining kills, you keep beast boosting, you keep running around. And if you can pop off with them that way and snowball the game, it's good. If you have a bad early game and you're like a level 11, level 12 Buzz with like 1 or 2 stacks at Ray, you're not going to be very effective, right? You have one play to eject Smackdown someone. And if that isn't successful, you're pretty much instantly dead. So yeah, Leech Life, it's fun and gimmicky. I think it has potential, but it's just too easy to interrupt. I don't think it's good enough. But its early game snowballing potential gives it some, like, it gives it some consideration. I'll put it like a little bit lower B. But I do think Serena is better than Buzz. I still think Serena is like a B tier Pokemon, right? I think in the past I used to have it really low. I was probably undervaluing it then. But I do think it's not good enough to be A tier because it still has a lot of issues. One of the biggest issues is you're a character that needs to be ahead without actual tools to be able to get ahead, right? Like, your early game is so bad. You need to get level 6. And outside of that, it's really hard for you to snowball unless you get like an early level 6 somehow. So in a way, you're just like, you're playing like a Magikarp. But Gyarados is like kind of guaranteed because you don't actually need X speed to evolve. You can still evolve at level 5. Whereas Serena, you need that level 6, right? You need that evolution. So you need real farm to be able to get there. But yeah, Serena got buffed in the last patch. Only buff Serena got was being able to build passive on unstoppable targets. That's not really a change. That's not true. The biggest buff that Serena got is that Serena can now Unite move unstoppable targets. That is huge. That's the buff that took Charizard from being a C tier Pokemon to one of the best Pokemon in the game, right? Serena's Unite move, if you use it on a Cramorant, it's basically like a Slowbro ult, right? Serena has a built-in Slowbro ult now. Is it a bug? Maybe, right? It wasn't on the official patch notes, but as of the patch, that's what it is. And they did a bug fix, you know, after the patch, and that wasn't one of the things that they bug fixed. So yeah, Serena's like in the same category now as Zard, as Bro, as Mimikyu, as characters that can cancel unstoppable moves and stun people. It's just broken. You can take a Garchomp out of its ult, you can take a Mamoswine out of its ult, you can pick up a Miraidon. I mean, you could always technically pick up a Miraidon because Miraidon's only hindrance resistance. You can cancel overheat charging Blaziken, right? Your ult's always gonna resolve, and that is huge. Because in the past, right, Serena would engage, right? And if someone full heal, timed their full heal perfectly about when Serena's about to unite, Serena would not resolve their unite, be on top of their target with their unite at 90% cooldown, right? And it would basically be dead weight. Now, you know, you can full combo as Serena, use your unite move to basically have an iframe, never have it canceled. Also at the same time, cancel other people's defensive tools because they're gonna press their unite moves. Come back down with your moves, basically reset because they have cooldown at this point, and continue to dominate in the team fight. If your ally gets Slowbro ulted, you can Serena ult the Slowbro, right? Like it's just, I don't know. It's an insane buff to Serena, but the rest of its kit and its bad early game makes it so that it's not, I don't think it's that high tier. Maybe, right? Maybe I could see it being moved up to A if I see like a lot of Serenas pop off with it, but the early game I think justifies it being B tier. Cool. Mimikyu, on the other hand, I think this is an A tier Pokemon. I think it's solid. You have the single target lockdown. You have ability to move reset off of your Shadow Sneak. I'm pretty sure Serena can ult a Bro that's Bro ulting someone else on their team. But it can't Bro ult, it can't Serena ult a Bro ult that's targeted on itself. But if Slowbro is ulting, let's say Slowbro on your team ults your Pikachu, then you can Serena ult the Bro and free your Pikachu. But yeah, back to Mimikyu. So Mimikyu, similar interaction with its ult, right? It can point and click on unstoppable targets. It's a little bit different in the sense that your teammates don't actually get to damage them. So it's a little bit more as a finisher tool for yourself, or in more competitive environments, you can use it to set up your team or to, you know, take someone out of the fight while your team fights the rest of the team. Yeah, it's just, it's really powerful. The Shadow Claw, Shadow Sneak moveset, I think is still the best one to be able to reset, farm really fast, do a lot of damage. You can flex into Play Rough in some games if you want the invincibility. And I think Trick Room, Shadow Claw has decent potential. If you guys watch my recent Mimikyu video, this Pokemon can definitely have pop-off moments, right? The biggest thing about Trick Room that I think gets forgotten, and it's always worked this way, is that it reverses the effects of slows on you. So even if you're in the speed flux zone, you actually gain movement speed, right? Anytime the slow is applied to you, you get move speed. So like, I think a lot of times, like what'll happen is, you know, you'll Trick Room and, you know, something like a Sludge Bomb from Venusaur might hit you, or an Eldotto, and you'll get like a little speed bonus and you won't even notice where it came from. But I still think Shadow Sneak, Shadow Claw is the best moveset. It's just, Trick Room has some potential now, and it's fun. Like, I recommend you guys try it out. Metagross, another all-rounder, I think is really good. It's kind of disgusting to see how much purple we have on the top of our screen. I think I would say its relative power level is similar to Mimikyu's. But like Armarouge, right? Its kit is really, really strong. It's very tanky, but its Unite move is something that holds it back. It's not nearly as bad as Armarouge's Unite, right? Armarouge's Unite's the worst in the game. Metagross's is not that bad. But its Unite move can be very inconsistent. You can get it canceled by so many different things. It can even be canceled by the walls, the natural walls within the game itself, which is kind of annoying. Putting up doing the 3-man unite and putting up the barrier with Metagross can sometimes be detrimental to your own team. That I wish it wasn't like that, but you kind of have to play around it. I actually think the single target execute on Metagross's unite is very powerful, right? If you guys watch or play a lot of Metagross, you'll know this tech, but if you don't, I'll show it to you here. Is if you get a KO with your single target portion of your unite, right? If your scan hits less than 3 people, you get an execute, a 20% missing HP execute, so a really high execute to be able to KO a target. And if you KO a target with your move, with that execute portion, you return 30% of your unite move back to you. So if you're at the 3-minute mark and you see an opportunity to get a KO in a time where you might not normally be able to use a 112-second cooldown unite move, as Metagross, you can definitely do it if you're going to get that execute. In the late game at Ray, if you open up and you get an execute with this, you can go and farm some bees and have a second unite move to use at the Ray fight. It's just, its unite actually has gameplay potential, but due to the fact that it's so inconsistent, I don't think I could rate it that high. That's why I think middle of the A tier is pretty good for it. Best build, I think, is definitely Gyro Ball. I actually was impressed to see that Gyro Ball Zen Headbutt, a build I thought was kind of bad. At Worlds, I was definitely proven wrong. And since then, I've played it a lot. I've seen other people play it a lot. It's really good, right? The Zen Headbutt Gyro Ball combo is once your Zen Headbutt connects, you can actually cast Gyro Ball while you're still in the air and traveling. So you don't have to waste time with your Gyro Ball animation. So the moment you land, you can straight just start autoing people to get more cooldown reduction, because you do get cooldown reduction with your boosted autos as well. So yeah, I think it's a solid mon. I definitely want to play this character more. So yeah, probably in the upcoming days, if you're watching my streams, you'll probably see me play a lot more Metagross. I think this Pokemon's so good and I haven't been playing it enough. I really like it. Garchomp, I think it probably sits somewhere around the B tier. In the past, it was definitely something I would rate higher than Serena. But since the Serena changes, I think I might put it a little bit lower. Just because Garchomp has really good objective rip. Doesn't have any secure, but its unite move is also kind of hit or miss, right? In the world of all-rounders, having Zard ult, Serena ult, Zacian ult, Gyarados ult, Blaziken's power level, Mimikyu ult, right? Garchomp ult is just not it. And the rest of its kit isn't that strong to really say that I would say it's that high tier. It is actually, funny enough, a decent counter matchup into Garchomp. Into Gyarados, because in the early game, Magikarp wants to trade to be able to get stacks of its effort gauge to evolve early, but you cannot trade into a Garchomp, right? And even throughout the game, it's really hard for Gyarados to 1v1 a Garchomp, because Garchomp just out-sustains and out-damages it. So yeah, its Unite move is not one of the worst in the game, right? Especially if you combo the last part with Eject, you can get a good knock-up on people. It's decent to give you some damage reduction, but in a lot of the other all-rounder matchups, you just lose your Unite move to a Serena ult, you lose it to a Zard ult, you lose it to a Bro ult, you lose it to a Mimikyu ult, right? Its ult is an unstoppable that's asking to get stopped, which is kind of funny, right? So yeah, I don't think it's that great, but B tier is fine for it. Most all-rounders, I think, are going to end up sitting around the B tier anyways, because they're just that broken. Phalanx, another B tier all-rounder. I personally think it's better than Buzzwole. I think this is one of, a while ago, someone asked me what I think the most underrated all-rounder is, because a lot of people were saying it's Azumarill. I think the answer I'm going to land on is Phalanx. I think after this Mon got gutted on its no retreat build, everyone was just willing to throw it away. The Toy Story Woody meme? I'm done playing with you type. That's how people are with Phalanx. Apparently I've heard this a couple times that people say Phalanx is bugged, something about its damage reduction or whatever. I don't know. Whenever I play Phalanx, I have really good games. I don't think I've had the bug get like affect me too much really. If there is even like, I don't know how relevant the bug is. I play it all the time and I have great games with it all the time. So yeah, I really like it. My favorite build is beat up Ironhead. It gives you like, let's talk about all the things that we've said are good in all rounders, right? You want to have good rip on objectives. You want to have good secure. You know, good unite move definitely helps. Mobility, sustain, damage, right? Phalanx has good secure, right? Ironhead off of beat up is a lot of damage. It also has percentage HP based damage, which means that it's good at last hitting on objectives. You need level 11 for it, however. Ironhead and then Troopers returning deal an additional 2% max H enemy to the enemies they hit, which is per trooper that you can hit. You end up getting like 10 to 12% max HP damage on it. On top of the fact that it already does a decent amount of damage on its own, and it gives you a shield. And beat up does an insane amount of damage just in general. So once you're set up on an objective, it's really strong. The thing holding it back, right, and it's what's holding back a lot of Pokemon that we've talked about today, is obviously its Unite move. I do think its Unite move is not as bad as people say it is, but it's not that great either. If you end up, like, its Unite move will 100% KO a squishy attacker, right? The attacker is going to be forced to use their eject button if you're on top of them with your Unite, period. Like, you're going to KO them. It's really not that awful, but it's not like a game-changing Unite move like the unstoppable stoppers, you know? Like the Zards and the Mimikyus and the Serenas and whatnot. So, yeah, like, I'm not trying to justify it as an S tier Pokemon. I'm just saying it's not a D tier like everyone makes it out to be. I think it's a solid B tier mon. And I don't think you should be shy to play it. Yeah, that is a good point. Phalanx does have some pretty annoying counter matchups, which in draft you can play around, right? You can draft it later in the draft. In blind pick, sometimes it's just RNG if you're gonna get those bad matchups. But I'm telling you, if you play beat up Ironhead, a lot of those bad matchups you can play around, right? You have enough mobility to actually play around some bad matchups. But in draft and in competitive, if somehow all the all-rounders aren't available, right? Phalanx can definitely do work. Its biggest problem, truthfully, is that it's not one of the other broken all-rounders. Phalanx's biggest problem is that it's not Blaziken, Gyarados, Zacian, or Charizard, or Metagross, or Mimikyu. Right? That's its biggest problem. All right, let's talk about the Bears. So this is Single Strike, Wicked Blow. This is Rapid Strike. Funny enough, I think they're pretty close in terms of tier list. I would say that Dark Bear is better though. I'm a big fan of Dark Bear. I think it performed pretty well at Worlds. But like, this is one of those mons where it has like really, really weird spikes, you know? Like, it can look very, very useless if it falls behind. Like, it can look really useless if it falls behind, but it has one of the best secures in the game, right? Wicked Blow is a phenomenal secure, and being able to just secure Rayquaza is always going to make you a decent enough Pokemon. You have an ult that's like a single target KO type button, but unlike Mimikyu and Zard and Bro and whatnot, it's a little bit more susceptible to counterplay. You can full heal it. It doesn't necessarily work against all unstoppable targets if they like walk out of it while you casted it on them. So like if you cast it on a Blastoise who's surfing away or a tree that's horn leeching away, you're gonna miss a Unite move because they'll have gone too far away from you. But that being said, if you're careful with who you're targeting, and you're able to secure objectives, it's really strong. And the throat chop buffs it got not that long ago made its brawling potential a lot better too. So yeah, it's a solid Pokemon. I don't think it's S tier. I don't think it's too high in the A tier, but I do think it deserves to be up here in the A tier. Because I think Water Bear definitely, as strong as it is, I don't think it's an A tier type Pokemon. But I do think it's like somewhere high B tier. Yeah, I think I could put almost all the way at the top of B. So like I think they're close, but a tier apart still. Like the thing about Water Bear is that at level 5, your first gank, you can definitely pop off, but you don't do as much damage as you once used to. And then it still has the same problem that it does in the late game, where if you're not ahead, right, it's really hard to make stuff happen with this Pokemon. But if you're decently ahead and you have a good pocket healer by your side, you can pretty much 2v5 the whole game. So it's kind of like a speedster. It's like a tankier speedster, which is why I think I have it rated higher than all the other speedsters. But it doesn't do great on hitting objectives, right? You have to use your cooldowns on objectives. It doesn't have a secure. Its Unite move lockdown isn't as good as the other ones. Its Unite's kind of underwhelming. And you need to be massively ahead to really close out games with it. Lucario, remember when I talked about Snorlax? If you're here when I was talking about Snorlax, right? How Snorlax is just like a prototypical defender, very average, does what you expect it to do. I don't think it's bad, but I don't think it's great. That's exactly how I have Lucario in my mind, right? Like he has decent secure and power up punch, but it's not reliable until you get a level 11. And even at level 11, because you lose the unstoppable when you let go of it, it can be kind of scary to rely on it as a secure tool. Its Unite move is pretty strong, right? But at the end of the day, it's just a lot of damage, right? It's just big damage. That's all it really does. And E-Speed's not good enough to really to justify using in the current meta. Water Baron B. I think look at how many broken all-rounders are in the game, right? Like I think Blaziken, Gyarados, Mimikyu all have more potential. I think at the highest level of play, maybe Water Bear could be higher, right? But I don't know. I think it's really hard to close out games with Water Bear, especially now that there's more and more characters that have like an unstoppable countering ult move. But look, maybe LAIC will come around and I'll be wrong and Water Bear will dominate the meta. Maybe it will. I could be wrong. But for now, I think it's noticeably weaker than a lot of the other all-rounders comparatively. Okay. Dragonite. I think D-Knight has a good secure tool in Hyper Beam for sure. But it's kind of hard for it to fight into a lot of the meta game right now. I think like without any nerfs, it literally went from being like an A tier mon to being like somewhere in the B tier. Also, it's just another one of those factors where the amount of competition it has in its role is so high, right? Like, would you rather be a Blaziken or be a D-Knight, right? Would you rather, like, there's so many good characters in the all-rounder type role that it's really hard to justify giving your farm to the D-Knight. But Hyper Beam is still really strong. And maybe I should rate it a little bit higher, to be honest. Like, I think it's probably like around here-ish. Maybe like here. I'll put Lucario a little lower. But it's just hard for the D-Knight to really take fights, right? Its range is awkward. Like, it's not a full range mon, not a full melee mon. Unironically, I think Outrage can sometimes go hard, right? But there's just so much CC that like if you find yourself in a game where it's relatively low CC with a lot of melee mons, you could definitely pop off with Outrage. But when your full heal is down, even with the hindrance resistance you get with Outrage Plus, you're still gonna get just trapped around. And I think after the Mew and Eldegoss nerfs, right? Like one of the things that we saw was really popular. I think Kabi-chan did it a lot, but a lot of teams were doing it. Was like running around the map with like Mew and Dragonite or Mew and Eld or all three of them. Or Trick Hoopa was one that I thought had a lot of potential with Dragonite to run around in the early game in the enemy jungle. All of those supportive type of moves or those characters got nerfed. Mew got nerfed since that was popular. Eld got nerfed since that was popular. And then Trick Hoopa also got nerfed. Yeah, all of the supportive tools for D-Knight went away. The other melee mons in the meta make it really hard for D-Knight to fight. So I don't think it's that exceptional, but good rip, good secure. Right? You can't ask for that much more. AG, I think it's a C tier mon, right? Once in a while, you'll see like an Aegislash actually go demonic and go infinite. And it makes you feel like it's one of the most broken characters in the game. But it's just, its scaling is too bad. It's like a level 5, level 7 mon. You really, really need level 7. Its early game got nerfed so much. Its Unite move, honestly, like it's one of the few Unite moves in the game that can make your character worse, right? For those of you that don't know, AG can go into sword form and shield form. In sword form, you have a lot higher offensive stats. In shield form, you have a lot more defensive stats. So if you're in the middle of a fight and you're in shield form, right? A lot of characters, when they're getting dove, they can press their Unite move to have some counterplay. AG automatically gets put into sword form when you ult, which makes you squishier. So if you're getting dove and you're chilling in your shield, right, you're actually going to make yourself squishier. I don't know if a good buff for AG would be for it to have two versions of its Unite. One in its sword form, which is more like, you know, its secure offensive tool, and maybe a different version of its ult if it was in its shield form. I don't know. I think that would honestly just be cooler for the mon because it would just fit its theme a little bit more. But it might make it worse. Who knows? But like, honestly, if there was like if this tier list had like S, B, S, A, B, B minus, C, and D, like I would put AG in the B minus. Like I think it's probably better than some of these mons. Maybe Glaceon shouldn't be this low. Like maybe Glaceon and AG would be in like a middle-ish kind of tier. But they're pretty weak. Like, and it's fine to keep them here. Okay, let's round it out. Okay, so Saraledge, kind of forgot that this guy was down here, but he's also very strong. I think I've heard some people say that he's really overrated. But even if you think this mon is overrated, it's because it goes from S to A tier, right? Like its ult is an insane amount of burst damage. It has a ridiculous iframe and repositioning tool. Bitter Blade allows you to get damage off even if you're getting stunned. Like even if the enemy team has a lot of like disruption, you can still try to get some damage off with Bitter Blade. You have a lot of sustain. I think the nerfs that I got in the last patch were mostly fake, but like for sure, if you miss your ult on this guy, it's a lot worse. I still think it's a demonic character though. Like it's just, it has a lot of tools, especially in solo queue. You can pop off. I think people also completely sleep on Psycho Cut as a move. Like defense reduction on a physical based attacker is pretty unheard of on a lot of characters. Still gives you a lot of chase, a lot of damage, really good farming, really good objective burn. You pair it with a good secure tool, especially a physical based secure tool on your team, and suddenly like you have insane rip, and then any physical based secure, which there's a lot of, right? Wicked Blow, Pop, Zacian ult, Overheat, I mean Spirit Shackle technically, Town Flame, a lot of the speedsters have secure tools, and you're suddenly like burning objectives and amplifying your team's secure moves. So yeah, I mean, I think you could put it A tier, right? I wouldn't hate it, but I'm a believer in this mon. I think like Phantom Force, that's its dash, like its iframe and dash move is just so insane. And the fact that Phantom Force also does true damage, right? When it comes into play is crazy. I had it happen to me today where I was playing Armarouge and I was about to 1v5 the whole game because I had a big shield from my flame charge and I had defense buff stacked up from my fire spin, and I just died to the true damage from Ceruledge. Like, it's just weird that this mon also has a bit of true damage in it. Okay, speaking of true damage, Tyranitar put at the end of C tier. Like, its early game is just so bad, and they nerfed it to the point where even if you get Tyranitar, like, you're not actually a 1v5 powerhouse. Like, it's just, I don't know. The mon is just weak. Like, it was definitely really strong for that one patch where it was good, right? And it's a really fast farmer still, but like, I don't know. It's just not justified. Azumarill, same idea. Like, not the same scaling as T-Tar, like much better early game, but way weaker late game. I think Azu, if Azu is going to be good, it needs its ult to do what all the other ults do now for whatever reason, right? Like, if Azu ult stunned people that were unstoppable, it would be really good. But its ult is unreliable. Like, there's too much counterplay to it. You don't actually end up doing that much damage when people are grouped, even with Water Pulse. And you need to have a lead on your opponents, otherwise you're just going to be tickling them the whole game. So yeah, I don't know. Bottom of the barrel for sure. Same thing with Scissor. Like, Scissor, definitely, I'll put it beside Gudra because they're the same kind of solo queue mindset type Pokemon, where when you go infinite, it feels cool, but the Pokemon as an all-rounder, right? Let's go back to our criteria of what makes a good all-rounder, right? Having good damage on objectives, good rip, and or having good secure, and or having good lockdown with your Unite move, right? And Scissor pretty much has none of those, right? You take a look at something like Blaziken, good objective rip, good secure, right? You know, Zacian has that. Mimikyu has good rip, maybe not good secure. Urshifu, Red Bear, its rip isn't that good. It's still pretty good, but its secure is way better, right? The ones that don't have those either are like so overloaded in the rest of their kit, or their Unite moves go that hard. Scissor doesn't really have any of that. On top of it, right, it just takes one source of special attack damage to make this thing way squishier than anything else. So yeah, I think Scissor sometimes has potential, right? And in the right draft, in the right circumstances, maybe there's like that world where Doctor Strange can look through the timelines and find a good draft for Scissor. It still doesn't mean that it's not a C tier Pokemon though, right? On average, it's really not performing that well, and maybe once in a while there might be drafts, right? Here's the thing about Scissor, is the drafts where Scissor is good doesn't make it an S tier mon. It just makes it into an A tier Pokemon, right? If the enemy team is low crowd control, low special attack damage, right, and Scissor is going to go infinite, it's not going to go infinite to the point where it's an S tier mon. It's still going to be like somewhere in the A tier, right? And then beyond that, it's going to be weak. Yeah, Azu's Unite move is 89-second cooldown, which is a redeeming factor, and the fact that you get it at level 8. But its late game is just too weak. Mewtwo X, I think, is not the worst EX, former EX guy, but I don't think it's that good. Maybe there's potential playing it with XP share. But let's take a look. Like, it has two potential roles, okay? It has either a tank role or an all-rounder role. Let's start with its all-rounder role because that's its more natural role, right? It doesn't have good secure, and its damage on objectives is only good once you've mega evoluted, and you don't have great tools to actually accomplish your mega evolution, right? So compared to the other all-rounders, all it really has is its pull is decent and its ult is really good, but on a really long cooldown on a really slow farmer. So that's pretty weak, right? You have to farm on it and it sucks at farming. So that's kind of annoying. And then, okay, now in its defender role, yeah, you have access to a pull, which is cool. But if I'm looking at all the other defenders in the game, right, they're all tankier, right? And they all have good engage tools as well, right? For the most part. And maybe you could say that tank Mewtwo might be better than tank Blastoise, right? Arguably, right? But it's not like Blastoise is a bad Unite. It's not like Lapras is a bad Unite move, right? It's just, I feel like everything it does, there's something out there that does it better, right? Like, and maybe its defender role, you could consider it a B tier Pokemon, but it's an all-rounder, and its all-rounder moveset is not that strong, and its defender moveset is just a better version of its own kit. But I would much rather have a better defender on my team, right? But yeah, it's got potential, right? To maybe move it up. I can move it up a little bit, right? I could put it all the way here, like below Glaceon maybe. But I don't think it's going in the B tier. I run XP share if I'm playing Mewtwo X and I have a 60% win rate. That's cool, right? And for every person that plays Mewtwo that has a 60% win rate, there's another 4 that have a 40% win rate, right? Like, individual performances on these Pokemon, anyone can play any Pokemon and have a high win rate. And then Machamp sucks. I don't know. I don't think it's actually D tier. I think it's probably like somewhere like here-ish. Unironically, I think Submission Machamp is better than Dynamic Punch. I think the quarterback is the best Pokemon in the game, but there's only select individuals have authority to play the quarterback. All of you guys watching in the chat do, obviously. I've seen people do jungle Submission Machamp and it looks okay. There's like, if the meta was really heavily on hindrance resistance based, unironically Submission Machamp could serve as a decent counter pick, right? If Rapid Spin Blastoise, if Covet Greedent, right, if these Pokemon were a lot, like if they were dominating the meta and if there was more of that, the Submission can go through hindrance resistance, but it doesn't go through unstoppable, which is obviously it shouldn't. But at the end of the day, like, you're really just a mean luck Umbreon in an all-rounder role. Its Unite move is very hit or miss. It can definitely snowball, right? But it's very gimmicky. And at best, it's kind of like one of these Pokemon in that Sableye ingredient, in that the surprise factor is what makes it good. But if this Pokemon were played a lot, people would be a lot better at playing into it. And I don't think it'd be that good. But yeah, what do you guys think? Anyone, well, what are you guys' thoughts? How are we feeling with the tier list? Also, if you're watching on YouTube, you can comment as well. I know there's gonna be people, naturally, especially the YouTube viewers, that are gonna say a good Greninja is just way better, right? I'm a Greninja, in my hands, Greninja's S tier, I get that. Leafeon in B tier is crazy. I think Leafeon's being pushed out of the meta, and I think if I'm looking forward as opposed to looking behind me, I think Leafeon's going to be pushed more and more out of the meta, right? I'll summarize my thoughts on Leafeon because I think, it's a good question, but I think it's early ganks being slightly nerfed, right? Your early ganks are slowed down a little bit because you can't just do one buff, like 945 the Zatu, and then one buff for level 4. You either have to do the ball toy or get XP on a lane minion or wait even longer. So you're losing a couple seconds. You're losing a couple seconds there. All rounders are going up and up in playability, right? We just got a broken all rounder that got introduced to the pool essentially in Zacian. So like a lot of these things make it hard for Leafeon to exist, and just all the EX Pokemon in general that are entering the game, like Miraidon and Ho-Oh, right? The tankier the game gets, the worse it is for Leafeon, because if you're not one-shotting someone, right, you're gonna be a vulnerability in the late game, right? And yeah, why be Leafeon when you could be any one of these purple Pokemon ahead of it? It's for the early game, right? And I think in competitive, this list would look a little bit different. If this was a strictly competitive list, it might look a little different. Leafeon might be a little higher, but if I'm talking an all-inclusive type thing, I think Leafeon, I like where it's at. Dog is not that broken, you can't say that? Yeah, but if a Leafeon tries to go on the dog and the dog just presses its buttons, the Leafeon's dead. Pika really that much better than other S tiers? I could probably move it down a little bit. I think that's probably, we did the other ones a little bit later. I could probably move it like, I'll probably do something like this. Yeah, that probably looks a little better. Absol's good. I mean, it's in like the middle of the B tier, right? Like I think Absol can snowball and get really far ahead in both solo queue and competitive, especially in ranked because you have crit emblems, right? But I don't think it's A tier, but I also don't think it's C tier. Cram might be over Mew. After the last set of Cram nerfs, I think Cram definitely feels it. And then I also think Pikachu existing makes it so that the attacker pool has more options. Like in the past, right, when Cram was good, it was because the attackers didn't have a lot of options. But now there's Miraidon, Pikachu got buffed, Armarouge exists, Mew is still around, right? I think the attacker pool is starting to actually look a decently healthy now. Buzz really worse than Phalanx? I mean, probably not. We can do that. Mew's higher than you would have guessed. I think Mew has like the opposite effect that Goodra and Scizor have, right? Where like really bad players can sometimes pop off on Goodra and Scizor, but then those type of players will almost never pop off on Mew. Whereas like a really good player on Mew can completely take over the whole game. And we saw it happen at Worlds, right? I mean, it was probably the best Mew player in the world, Fennel's Mew player. But even then, like, even if you're just a solid, decent Mew player in ranked, you have a lot of different tools. Phalanx really worse than Buzz? Oh yeah, true, we can move them. Why Crustle fell off? Because Devil Mage? Yeah, I think Crustle's strength is into multiple mages, and that's not really the meta right now. So the other defenders are just better. But that's all really it is. The other defenders are just better. It's not like Crustle's bad, it's just that there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 better options usually. Thought Blast and Lapras would be C. I think putting at the end of B tier is fine, right? Because I think these mons are playable. How's Meowscarada so low? I feel like it's B tier with Nitro. You can jump and rip through defenders, not to mention objective rip. So you have like very easy way for me to explain why Meowscarada I think is a low rated mon is because you have to, if someone's letting you auto attack you 5 to 6 times, especially a defender, something's going wrong, right? So you need to play full heal, right? If you want to be able to actually auto attack someone that has their brain turned on without getting stunned. And then if you're running full heal on Meowscarada, it means you have no eject button, which means that your unite move is significantly worse, right? Like being locked into eject to make use of your unite move properly means that you have way less options in terms of the rest of your kit, right? You want to compare it to something like Gyarados, who operates very similarly, right? Applies a debuff and then jumps on you, right? His jump gives a shield like Meowscarada says, but also stuns, but also gives unstoppable while you're channeling it. Also has an attack speed steroid, also is tankier, and its ult makes it invulnerable while you're channeling it, and its burst damage, right? Like, and then just compare that to all the other all-rounders that exist in the game. Like, a lot of them are good if people let you auto, like, if someone's gonna let you auto attack them, Garchomp's great, Outrage Dragonite is great, Phalanx can be fine, right? They're just Meow's just a weaker version of that type of playstyle. All right, last couple questions and then we'll wrap it up. Why is Wiggly low? Her ult counters Gyara ult, Sarah ult, helps against Pika, Gengar.
My widow, not cup.
Nope. Pimsky, thanks for the tier 3. Paying your tuition, nice.
Tuition Inder note.
Wigglytuff has no sustain built into it, right? It has nothing that makes it inherently tankier, right? It doesn't have any defense boosts. It doesn't have any healing. It doesn't have any shielding outside of its unite move, right? You compare that to every other defender in the game, right? Umbreon, damage reduction, or lowers enemy stats through Snarl, has a passive that keeps it alive, out of combat healing, steals shields with its unite move, boosted autos give it healing, gets free boosted autos with its first move. Mamoswine, insane amount of defenses, Tree, insane amount of sustain, Slowbro, insane amount of, like, all of these characters, Crustle has sturdy, it's passive, right? Like, all of these Pokemon are way tankier, right? So Wiggly is a squishy Pokemon that has to play in an engage role, and your engage is very telegraphed. You have to run in with Sing and then let people sit in your Sing for you to put them to sleep. Whereas all the other defenders in the game, you know, Snorlax gonna heavy slam on top of your head, Earthquake on top of your head, or Ice Fang, you know, Woodhammer, Hornleech, you know, X-Scissor, all of these are like instant stuns when combined with eject. Whereas Wiggly's, there's too much counterplay to it. And you're squishy, and you have no healing, and your ult gives you no inherent offensive potential, right? That, yes, its unite move is good, but if you want to run it, like, you need to have another defender on top of it to engage with, right? Because your engage on Wiggly is a lot weaker. And then if you want to play it in the place of a healer, right, now you've lost access to all the different broken things the healers can offer at the same time. Right? So, like, what do you take out of a typical comp to fit Wiggly in is the problem. Right? It's just defenders and supporters are all so broken that comparatively Wiggly's a lot worse. Top 5 ult list? I'll probably have to think about it, but off the top of my dome, right, it's probably like Hoopa, Ho-Oh, Slowbro, Blissey, and maybe Mewtwo. It's very, very rough top 5 ults. But I think I'll do a Unite move tier list. We'll do one. The next tier list we'll do a full Unite move tier list, because a lot of people ask for that. I'll say this: if the YouTube video that we upload gets at least 100 likes, which should be pretty easy, we'll do an alt tier list. We'll wrap it up here too. If you guys have more questions and you're watching it live, just go and comment on the YouTube video. I'll respond to most of the questions in the comments. And yeah, thank you guys for watching. All right. Boom. That's the end of the tier list for our editor. That was this is gonna be a long video, guys. That was like a 2.5 hour tier list. Wiggly and C tier is crazy. You're right, bro. My bad. It actually should have been here. Yeah. That was good. I'm probably not going to go back and play now because it's almost 3 a.m. and I've been live for a minute. But yeah. If you guys missed any part of it and you want to go back and watch it, I'll put it on YouTube. What we'll do is it'll be marked like supporter, you know, like attacker, whatever order we did. Attacker, speedster, supporter, defender, all-rounder. So that way you can go, and if you have like a couple of your favorite Pokemon, you should be able to easily find your Pokemon. Yeah, the tier list, look, I'm not trying to min-max, you know, AVD, like average view duration or whatever with tier list. I like them being long, right? I like them being content that people that missed it can put it on, right? Like, and passively listen to while they're doing chores, while they're doing other stuff. That's how I consume this type of content, right? That's my way of consuming it. So I assume there's got to be at least a couple other people like me that like giga long form stuff. That you can just like sit back and forget and then maybe come back to every now and then. But cool. Thank you guys all for hanging out. Hope you guys all have a good rest of your night. I'm going to call it here. Yeah. W stream. If you want, you could put timestamps for each roll. That's exactly what I said I'm going to do. It'll be chaptered and timestamp per roll. Doing it per Pokemon is too much effort. We can't make our editor do that much work. He doesn't get paid enough for that. He gets paid enough to chapter it, not to per Pokemon it. But yeah, I'll see you guys all next time. Have a good one. Buy Redmagic. Buy Redmagic, okay? Everyone buy a Redmagic. Okay, bye.